mothers, those with underlying medical conditions, and children below 18 years are not supposed to embark on this juice fast. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel. And please subscribe on my YouTube page, like and follow me on Facebook. Until we meet again, or until I bring another episode of Home Tips with Mira, it's a bye-bye from me.
My name is Abdullahi Kalusa, so I'm selling goods for Kariama market here. We like goods and ships. They are good business. The animal are this. If you see somebody that says this type of animal chef, they pay me because of animal is my work. We will take cargo for putting up. Go buy them came from Bawku here, Burkina. So we go check safer go there.
If somebody came and want a goat or a sheep, I can help me and he buy what the normal price it is. And when I finish, she will also know that as I just help him, she will also give me something small.
Beautiful people and garden lovers, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. So I'm sitting right here in my garden, but when you look at it, it looks like a mini forest because life got so busy and I couldn't attend to my garden, and the weeds are having a wild party here. And not only that, they are also breeding mosquitoes, and I have to get rid of them as soon as possible. But in doing so, I have two options: either to go the old-fashioned way, which is weeding, or to go the super convenient and fast method, which is using weedicides. So let's go for a quick break, and when we come back, I'll tell you of these two methods which I chose and why. So I weighed the options and I came up with the option of using the traditional method of weeding. Of course, it's not easy. I'm going to break my back, it's labor intensive, and by the time you are weeding with one part, before you realize the other part has also staged a weed comeback, and you know, it's like a never-ending cycle. You weed, they come, you weed, they come, but it's worth it. And you know, weeding in your garden also helps you to connect with your garden, and it helps you to also, you know, maintain a healthy plant life in your garden without introducing any chemical, any harmful chemicals in your garden. So if you also encounter similar challenge in your home garden, it's either you weed yourself or you get somebody to do the weeding for you. But if you have to get somebody to do the weeding for you, you would have to, you know, be there and show the person that these are the places that I would want you to weed. Because if you're an absentee gardener, you know, and you just tell the person, oh, this place is, you know, bushy, so weed it for me. Before you realize, the person has ended up cutting all your beneficial weeds. So you would have to be there to tell the person, oh, leave this one, cut this one, leave this one, or weed this one. I came to stand in my garden for a while, just observing the different kinds of plants that I have there, which I am calling weeds. I call them weeds because maybe at this point I don't have any use for them. But in fact, what we call weeds are beneficial plants. Just because we don't know its usage or its benefits is what makes us call them weed. But in fact, they are beneficial plants. And one of the reasons why I will desist from using weedicides in my garden is that these beneficial plants, I'll show you some of these beneficial plants in my garden. They have a lot of nutritional benefits and a lot of medicinal purposes. So let's look at some of these plants in my garden. So this is the asthma plant, which is good for respiratory issues. If you use weedicide in your home and the remnants are in the soil, what will happen if you plant your veggies? What will happen if somebody comes to your home to even pluck a plant that is you call that a weed, but the person is going to use it to treat an ailment. So these are some of the reasons why I desist from using weedicide in my home. Let me show you another plant. This plant is also called Acalypha indica, and it is used in some cultures to treat different ailments. But because I do not have need for it now, I will term it as a weed. It's in my garden, so I'm going to get rid of it. And this plant is also called stonebreaker. According to scientific research, it is used to help with kidney issues. You know, it can help with kidney issues. And I know that some people in Ghana also boil it for malaria and for other immune boosting properties. And I have it here in my garden. So for now, I have a lot. I have uprooted a lot and reserved it. I have dried it in a cool place, and from time to time I'll use it for tea. But for now, what I have here, I don't have use for it, so I'm going to cut it and weed it. But assuming I have used weedicide here, next time if it germinates, I cannot use it for any herbal medication again. I believe some of us know this weed. It is called khaki weed, and it is also in my garden as a weed. In fact, if you are walking bare feet, at times the thorns can harm you, so it is always advisable to take very good care of yourself wherever they are germinating. If you just weed it or uproot it and throw away, you know, there are seeds, and the seeds can be in the ground. When it rains again, it can germinate again, and you can pluck it as and when you need it for whatever you want to use it for, and it is so safe. But if you use weedicides, although it might come, it might still have remnants of the weedicide in the plant, and in the end, when you use it, instead of helping your body, it will go rather to harm your body. This is a seed that has germinated in my garden, and when you use weedicides in your garden, it kills the seed life in your garden, because there are times that maybe you have planted some pepper, and when you harvest, some of the seeds can fall and the seeds can be buried in the sand. So anytime it rains, although you have not planted it, you know, pepper will just germinate in your garden. And so has this. In fact, it is a neem seed. And at times you can also have bats, you know, they will drop their poop in your gardens, and some of these seeds will just germinate. You know, fruits that you haven't even planted before, they will just germinate in your garden. But if you use weedicides, it kills all these seeds that are buried in the soil in your garden. So these things that we call weeds, you know, they provide a habitat and food for beneficial insects for our garden. And these beneficial insects, they help with pollination. You know, when you have your beautiful flowers, they'll just go and suck out the nectar and then transfer it to the other one, and pollination takes place. Some of these are butterflies and even bees. And I have this plant, which is called a tar vine plant, and it provides food for the tar vine caterpillar. and it changes into a beautiful moth. And when you see the moth, oh, it's so beautiful. When you use weedicide in your home, it kills all these beneficial insects that even help with pollination in your garden. So another reason why I don't use weedicide in my home. Weeds can also be used as mulch, and by mulch I mean gather the leaves and lay them at the base of your plants, or even if you are preparing a new garden and you are nursing some seeds, you can just spread the weeds on top of the seeds so that the sun rays does not hit directly to the new plant that is about germinating. And also you can lay them at your already grown plants so that it helps to maintain moisture in the soil for the plant. And you can also turn your weeds into liquid fertilizer, and this provides a lot of nutrients for your plants. I'll do an episode on how to prepare a liquid fertilizer later. Many common weeds are also edible. So weeds like the dandelions, you know, you don't really plant the dandelions. They come just to you. All right, so the dandelions, the purslane, they are all weeds, but they are very edible and they are very beneficial. They are packed with lots of nutrients. So if you don't know, you call them as weeds. And sometimes I pluck these dandelions and I use them in my salad, and you know, I even add them to my smoothies and juices. So another reason why I don't use weedicides, because some of these weeds are edible. Weedicides also harm the earthworms that turn the soil and provide nutrients in our garden. And when they are not there, can you imagine the nutrients that the plants will be getting from the soil? None. These are the reasons why I don't use weedicides in my home and in my garden, because although it is fast, it is convenient, it has a lot of consequences for the garden's ecosystem. And for weeding, it is what I will call labor of love. It is at times painful, you break your back, but trust you me, it is worth it. And your garden will forever be thankful that anytime weeds pop up, it's a sure sign that your garden is thriving well. And your garden will be grateful if you pick a cutlass or a hoe, or whenever it rains, you will just uproot the weeds. Thank you so much for sticking and staying. And please, as much as you take care of yourself, if you are a home gardener, also try and take care of your garden. Show some tender love and care to your garden, and your garden will be very grateful. Until we meet again, it is bye-bye.
Bank of Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplast goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Still, Misaka, and Nemum was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Caro.
Misaka or the Sika. Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri ye echumaden, diaboye nyina ye sika ho ban. Se MTN ana momo jumaye ni befrewa or the 0244 300,000 ene befrew. Na numpo orin bitsaw one time password ana se upin code enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omo.
Dream.
And so, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what am I doing?
You was a film. What the cat never won.
We can catch him. Hey! Na ampai
Utina yanka pai yanka bon.
Hey madam, pai menu.
Hey Syntax pipe. Me tono, omo ka tell me say ne ho den pa. Say ye fie, say ye foam. The pipe we bia eye ne gam.
Syntax pipe.
Why eliki?
Come madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
When you know pipe be na be use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
Ile carry water. No hala.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I will take this anytime, any day.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
Also that we serve the first interested party, or Mr. Nsala Wakal, the NDC parliamentary candidate by substituted service, through his WhatsApp, the High Court Tamale notice board at the Supreme Court, and also at his residence.
For us, we are happy that national justice is taking its course, and as far as we are concerned, we will work with the court along the line to ensure that we get justice, because we believe that we have a case. It's as simple as that.
The court was very straightforward with regards to the services. They indicated a timeline of 7 days, that when after posting it for 7 days, it is deemed to have been served. So posting it at the Supreme Court here is easy. Posting it at the High Court in Tamale is easy. Sending it to his WhatsApp is very easy for us. Posting it in his house is easy. So I don't think it's going to be any difficult matter. And once any of these 5 options given by the Supreme Court is adhered to, he has been deemed to be served.
This is Newsfile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And after many years, 75 years or more, of conflicts, chieftaincy conflicts, in Bawku since the 1950s. Otumfuo Seitutu's mediation, does it hold the solution to an end of that crisis? We are asking that question. A situation that has seen since 2021 over 200 people killed, those that have been accounted for. What is the way forward? As the Nairi has issued a statement completely rejecting the outcome of the mediation. Otumfuo announced the mediation outcome, which says the status quo with Abogrago as the chief or the Bawku Naba on the side of the Kusasis must prevail. The government also issued a statement confirming that position to do what it must do to keep that position. The Mamprogo statement is straightforward, that the process was a betrayal and is rejected outright. So, peace in sight, just a pause. How long shall we continue in the mayhem in that place? In Kpandai, the by-election or the rerun, as ordered by the Tamale High Court, and the dates of 30th December announced by the Electoral Commission has been thrown into suspension by the apex court of the land, the Supreme Court. It stopped. We'll find out how that will also pan out. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. These are among the issues that we are canvassing for you this morning here on Newsfile. Ofori Atta's extradition gets into an active mode, but the Attorney General informs us. Is he afraid of the lawyers Ofori Atta has, engaged? He says top-notch lawyers who will do everything to scuttle the extradition. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform.
Defend.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay. I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Halts Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Halts Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Halts Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Halts, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Halts Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Halts.
In a world where everything is connected, your business's security is only as strong as its weakest link. The growing threat of cybercrime has become an unescapable reality. In 2025 alone, the projected cost of cybercrime is expected to grow to $10 trillion globally, with small and medium businesses disproportionately targeted. Cyber threats have become increasingly sophisticated, widespread, and invisible, placing unequipped organizations at risk of massive damages in a matter of seconds. Meet Virtual InfoSec Africa, Ghana's Tier 1 certified managed security service provider. Our AI-driven managed security services empower businesses with faster, smarter, and more proactive cyber protection. We don't just monitor threats, we predict, prevent, and respond 24/7. At Virtual InfoSec Africa, we deliver bold and cost-effective cybersecurity solutions tailored to your organization's size and complexity. Whether you're a startup or a national institution, our services scale with your needs. We offer 24/7 SOC monitoring, early warning threat intelligence, managed detection and response, digital forensics and incident response, and predictive analysis and threat hunting. From endpoint protection to dark web forensics, we secure every layer of your digital ecosystem. Why wait for a breach to act? Join the ranks of high institutions who trust Virtual InfoSec Africa to secure their future. Start your 3-month free trial of our early warning threat intelligence platform today. For more inquiries, contact 055-689-2086 or visit our website at www.virtualinfosecafrica.com.
Let's talk hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are normal structures located in the anus of all mammals.
But it is only man who suffers hemorrhoidal disease because of the erect procedure we have assumed and the squatting that we do to empty our bowel. Hemorrhoids consist of a special type of blood vessels which fill with blood when we are moving our bowel and help to cushion the anus against the force of transmitting the stool. Afterwards, they empty their blood, collapse, help seal the anus to maintain continence. Over time, these vessels lose the elasticity of their walls, become dilated, permanently filled with blood, leading to congestion of the hemorrhoids. The symptoms of hemorrhoids are bleeding and prolapse of the hemorrhoids when passing stool, itching and feeling of warmth in the anus and anal discharge. Laser, ligature, and longo are the modern, minimally invasive, most effective, and painless methods of treating hemorrhoids today.
Muntaba Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first and get my guests ready to begin with this morning's discussion. Alfred Tia Yeboah is former Deputy Attorney General, Minister of Justice. Inusa Fuseni is former MP, Tamale Central, and former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Professor Kwadwo Appiah Tia is Professor of International Law and Human Rights, School of Law, University of Ghana. Dr. Kojo Pumpuni Asante is Director, Public Engagement and Partnerships, Ghana Center for Democratic Development. And here, right here in the studio, first to be here, Kofi Bento, lawyer and Senior Vice President, Imani Africa. You're going to help us to canvass the issues that we have tabled for discussion for you this morning. And as you can see, I didn't do a Samson steak, but I've got a minute to make this, comment, which is very important to me because the Constitution 1992 is very clear in the human rights provisions in Chapter 5. Now, Article 14 is very clear that when a person is arrested, restricted, or detained for whatever purpose by law enforcement, that person ought to be informed in a language that they understand, and their right to a lawyer of their choice. The Constitution insists that they ought to be presumed innocent until they themselves have, as it were, admitted to their guilt of an offense they have been charged with, or that a court of competent jurisdiction has so pronounced them guilty after evaluating evidence against them. As far back as 1966, the hallowed principle that has come to be known as the Miranda rights in Miranda and Arizona is now entrenched on all international, human rights provisions, and every country that is a democracy, even countries that are not democracies, deal with the innocence presumption of innocence, as well as making sure that a person who is arrested is read their Miranda rights. They are told that they are not supposed to say anything at the point of arrest, because anything they say could be used against them. The law says they are entitled not to self-incriminate themselves. That's why there's a need for a lawyer to assist them. That's why when they don't have a lawyer, the state provides them lawyers. That's why when someone who is accused of murder, even when they are put before a court and they plead that they are guilty, the law says the judge will hold that they are not guilty at that time. And if they don't have a lawyer, at all costs, the state must get them a lawyer to defend them for the case to be heard on its merits. My friends in the police, in the national security, in law enforcement, let's not bastardize this democracy. What is his name? Is it Abutrika or Frederick? Yes, Abutrika or Frederick Kumi. What was that for? You arrest a person and you are, extracting confession statements, you record it and you put it out in the public. No law enforcement will do that. Those officers who were superintending that, you don't deserve to wear the coat of arms. You don't deserve to be called a law enforcement officer. It's completely wrong. You turn the law on its head. You never do that. It is the reason, even the law, if you want confession statements, there are parameters under law over which confession statements can be taken. Otherwise, it will be invalidated. You can do a whole trial from beginning to the end and it will be botched because you guys are doing this wrong thing. I'm aware that a lawyer tells me he got bail for 10 suspects over a matter. And at the police headquarters, at the special investigations, unit, a court grants them bail. For almost 3 weeks, the people were still being kept under custody because they wanted to use those people to get one other person who they are not getting. Really? In a democracy? You guys have to be very careful. If you are law enforcement agencies, you must do what the law requires of you. You don't do what you have done. It's completely wrong, and we must deprecate it. All right. So, my guests are here. Let's begin from Rebel. Would you want to choose of the three topics? Where should we begin? Should we begin from the Supreme Court halting Kpandai Rerun, Ofori Atta's fight against extradition, or the mediation verdict?
I'm fine with all of them, but I have Kpandai as the first.
Thank you. It's what is advertised.
Yeah.
Right.
So, see, as usual, I have my own views about Kpandai. They are not simple. They are not comfortable, but these are my views. And I come to these views very slowly, observing for a long time, what is going on, and then I conclude. And when I conclude like that, I tell myself that I'm wrong, and then see how the facts will play out. And many times I've said things here, and they just turn out to be true. This is the problem with Kpandai. You have two factions in a space, and each of them has a case. You listen to the Kusasi side, they are the Aborigines, they have a case. You listen to the Mamprusi side, they have a case. Now, seeing that each of them has a case, none of them is prepared to yield. Peace requires compromise.
That's not Kpandai.
Sorry.
That's Bawku.
I'm talking about sorry, I'm mixing those. Sorry, so let me not use the names.
Okay.
We are speaking about Kpandai.
Right.
Kpandai is the election rerun.
That's right.
Okay, sorry. I was speaking about the Mamprusi thing.
Right.
But, okay, so incidentally, I was in court. And when Kpandai came up, we said some very simple things. What we said is, one, until the justices of the courts make a final pronouncement, nothing is final. And I went as far as saying, and I put it on Facebook, that an election is not won at the polling station. Speaking law, because the EC officers are officers of law. If they don't do their work according to law, it is all null and void. Led by Akoto Ampao, I went to court to have the processes set out, how you do this and that, pinch it. If you don't use that process, which is a legal process, the whole thing is off. I gave the analogy that, look, if you win an election by 10,000 votes, that is what happens at the polling station. If in a court it is shown that 5,000 of those votes were invalid, you did not win, the court will determine that your number is 5,000. So it is a court that finally will adjudicate whether you have won or not, unless the other party doesn't take it up. To that extent, the principle has been clear. That
the principle of election petitions is that, as you said, if the court impugns 5,000 of the votes, and those 5,000, if they were dashed to your opponent, will not change the results. They leave the sanctity of the vote.
Correct.
Don't touch it.
So that's the math. But the court decides what happens at the polling station is valid or not. So my point is, getting 10,000 votes at the polling station does not mean you have 10,000 votes. The court will decide what votes you have. We need, look, I started saying this from the first presidential petition, that as a country, we need to put in our minds that the justices are the supervisors of the realm. And it is what they say that is final. And I have said, and I repeat, this idea that you win elections at the polling station, much as there is some truth to it, it generates violence. What we must tell people is this: in a proper, lawful society, it should be possible for a person to go and vote and go home. In a proper, lawful society, it should be possible for persons involved in an election not to have observers. In a proper, lawful society, it should be possible for the citizens to trust the Electoral Commission so much that they don't mount whole armies, people don't snatch ballot boxes, and don't engage in all kinds of lawlessness to so-called protect their vote. If we did just that, then you will see a situation where the justices don't come in. But as long as we keep saying you win at the police station or you lose at the police station, etc., people do all kinds of things over there. And then the thing ends up in court. And please, when it ends in court, this is where Inusa and his people come in. When a matter is sub judice, it is not determined, do not take a step to overreach the court. Indeed, that is what the justices said. So, having had this problem...
When is a matter sub judice? You are talking about a judgment of the High Court in Tamale that has invalidated the election and made a clear order that let's have a rerun of the elections in 30 days.
Correct.
And that is what the processes have kicked in to, as it were, execute and implement. So,
to the extent that that judgment is not challenged, it is the law. A bad ruling, what we lawyers call per incuriam, even if it is not in line with the law, as long as it is not challenged, it is the law, and you have to obey it. But immediately it is challenged, everybody must understand, it can change. To the extent that it can change, nobody should proceed on what is not fixed and make permanent or fixed decisions. All right? So what we are saying is, when the judgment of the High Court came out, it was law. When it became a judgment subject to a challenge, everybody, including Parliament, should have taken notice that this can change. And therefore, you have to organize yourself with that in mind. As far as I'm concerned, the EC also should be mindful that it is a creature of law, and between Parliament and the Supreme Court, the EC has to listen to the Supreme Court. In the first place, they are the cause of this problem.
The Supreme Court has not spoken until they gave the suspension.
When I say listen to them, I mean when
the clerk of Parliament operated on the basis of the Constitution and proceeded to issue the notice to the Electoral Commission declaring a vacancy. The law says once that notice has been issued, the processes, the EC must within 30 days ensure that the elections are done.
My point.
Are you saying the EC could have done otherwise?
I'm saying that the person who declared the vacancy made a mistake, which is why I'm saying Parliament should also listen to the Supreme Court or abide by the laws, appreciating that it is the justices that finally decide.
Tell us why the person made a mistake.
Because it says when a seat becomes vacant, and my humble submission is that as long as that challenge is extant, as long as that challenge is going on, it has not been declared ultimately, finally vacant yet. Because that vacancy will have to be declared by the Supreme Court or the court before which it has been put. So, to the extent that there was a challenge, I think the proper thing should have been to hold our hands. And somebody will say, well, what if it never gets called and it doesn't get adjudicated in time? That is why we have to have our elections court.
As a lawyer, you say that what you would tell your clients when they have been victorious in a court and there is no impediment in their way, regardless of an pendency of an appeal, which does not operate as a stay, to stop them from realizing the fruits of their victory in a judgment. They should
I'm saying the contrary. When there is an appeal, immediately an appeal is filed. Even that is not a stay.
Correct.
Okay, but we are talking about state institutions. We are talking about EC, Parliament and co, which have to respect each other and also appreciate that, look, what happened can happen. All of us were saying, don't do this because the Supreme Court can stop this thing, and they ended up stopping. So the point I'm making is, when you have an appeal, look, in private matters, conduct can be different and can be, we are defending people or we are, pushing people's cases. We'll move forward. But in these constitutional matters, state issues, the proceedings of government and co, I think the attitude must be different. My point, and I repeat, I said it before the Supreme Court made a ruling, and I'm saying it now, is that when the matter went on appeal, that seat should not have been declared vacant because an appeal can succeed.
You have been told about the mischief rule. So the state must take a step, but I want to scuttle that step. So I go to the court and file a process. There's no order, there's no judgment from the court. And you say the state must stop and wait until a decision has been.
There are rules about the performance of constitutional duties and state duties. So where it hasn't risen to that fact, yes, the mischief rule, we all know it. But we have to make a distinction between the mischief rule and people's rights. which is why we repeat, we need to have our elections, petitions, courts. So if the person is within his rights, he has filed a proper appeal. Of course, he should go ahead and do the stay of execution or whatever it is.
Yes, they filed the appeal, filed for a stay of execution, and proceeded with the certiorari application in the Supreme Court.
They should go ahead and do all those things. But I have been in the Supreme Court where we have filed a case which has been heard and dates have been set for ruling. And before the ruling came, the government proceeds to do exactly what the case is against. We file an injunction because the state calculated and breached what was there. We go there, and the Supreme Court justices are saying we should withdraw the injunction because it has been done. The state calculates to overreach the court and disrespect it. So we are saying people do these things. But when it comes to state issues, look, we have a situation where EC proceeds to go and do an election, spends money, starts mobilizing, then the Supreme Court comes and says, stop. It is our money that is being wasted. Yeah. That could have been foreseen. If they had just responded or respected some of the principles, this is not my mind, this is the law, we would have avoided all of this. What I'm saying is, look, mischief rule, all those things, let's clear them. But the right of a person to appeal...
Is it the Ayimen son, it's a gentleman represented by Afenyo King. Because of that single individual, the Supreme Court stopped a whole District Assembly elections, and all the expenses that have been made went to waste.
And that is willful, loss. Somebody decides, I'm going to go ahead. The Supreme Court just makes a ruling and all that money is lost. And I'm like, couldn't you have foreseen this? If you didn't foresee it, we saw it, we said it. Okay, so look, going forward, we should stop these things. It's happening too much.
Professor Apiejetia, the Clerk of Parliament did, as we understand, simply respect his constitutional obligation. Article 112, Clause 5 says, whenever a vacancy occurs in Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament shall notify the Electoral Commission in writing within 7 days after the vacancy occurred. And a by-election shall be held within 30 days after the vacancy occurred. The Clerk wrote to the Electoral Commission saying a vacancy has occurred by reason of the judgments of the High Court in Tamale, invalidating the elections in Kpandai and ordering a rerun in 30 days. After he did that, and even the petitioner's lawyers felt the Electoral Commission was delaying, they had filed processes in court to hold the Electoral Commission for contempt. Did the Electoral Commission do anything wrong? And what do you say about the Supreme Court's intervention in suspending the December 30 rerun?
Thanks for having me on, Samson. I totally agree with the position.
Hello, Prof.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Prof, unmute your mic.
Unmute?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm saying that I completely agree with Mr. Benson's position. And so for that matter, my point is that, and again, I also agree with the position that it is not the EC that should be faulted here. For the EC, so long as the Clerk of Parliament has issued that letter to the office of the EC, I think that they are compelled to follow the direction that has been issued from Parliament. And so at the end of the day, the fault should not be laid at the doorsteps of the EC. The fault should rather come from Parliament. The Speaker made a ruling referring to the mandatory 7
days.
The 7 days stay, which was respected by Parliament. But the matter has been, the appeal has been taken to the Court of Appeal, and then the NPP has proceeded to go to the Supreme Court for that decision by the High Court to be quashed. I think that here the matter should have stayed, and the Member of Parliament, Matthew Nimdam, should have been allowed to remain in his seat until the one of the decisions, whether the Supreme Court one or the Court of Appeal one, is determined. so as to bring finality to the matter before the EC should proceed. I think that is the proper way that the process should have gone.
So what do you make of the Supreme Court's intervention by the suspension?
It is a proper thing to do. I think that the Supreme Court made the right decision. And so you can see how the NDC candidate was trying to frustrate the process by, I think, in my opinion, evading service. And so the court making that decision that the NDC member should be served, and then going ahead to say that a date should be set for the matter to be determined before the EC can go ahead is right, so that when the matter is determined on after January 13, then we can be clear that this person should remain in Parliament, which is likely to maybe completely abolish the process for the election process at all. Because if at the end of the day the decision by the Supreme Court quashes that of the High Court, then Matthew Nyimdam will continue as the Member of Parliament for Kpandai. So it will bring finality to the matter. And so it calls for making sure that the process are followed, there's a little bit of patience applied, and then the matter can be resolved in a peaceful manner.
Right. Dr. Kojo Fumfuni, I don't know where you stand with this. He said both of them are saying things should have been slowed, Parliament should have, been restrained. But the very day the judgment was delivered, even though by law, statutorily, 7 days ought to have been allowed to elapse before you can attack the individual. The very day the judgment was delivered, was it that same day or the next day, in Parliament, he was being chased out. And guess who were the people championing he being not being qualified to come into the House? Lawyers.
Those defending Kwesi.
Well, thank you very much, and a very good morning to viewers and listeners. First of all, for me, the Kpandai case is very important for many, many reasons. And it's not just the Kpandai case, but almost all the cases that at the end of 2024 went trying to determine the collation of results and all of that. I think we have to find time and bring all those cases together, because we have a huge governance challenge. And myself, you have been involved in some of the work we did from 2023 to 2024, trying to shorten the time for adjudicating parliamentary petitions. But we have not fixed these problems around the results matrix, and it's impacting our governance processes. So in the last parliament, because you had almost a hung parliament, you had very serious disruptions. Who was a speaker, who was majority, who was minority, and then you got all these vacation of seats problems that were coming up. So it goes back to what the processes are, and how do we ensure that those processes don't negatively impact on the way we govern our space. At the moment, there are just too many gaps. Some of that has to be filled by legislation, either through the Electoral Commission's own CI processes or the rules of court or that. But the gaps remain. So for me, the common sense is that once you are adjudicating a process and you know that appeals processes or it hasn't run its course, then by default, you have to create room for those processes to be finished. Because what it does is that it incentivizes, right, very bad political behavior. And then if people want to sort of take advantage of the process, they can sort of engineer processes around that creates a lot of confusion. So for me, I think there's a lot to be addressed in terms of all the gaps around that. But there are two other fundamental issues that I want to put on the table. One is the management of elections itself. From the case itself, there is a sense that the Electoral Commission's officials and their conduct at elections are something that really we have to pay attention. And how does the Electoral Commission then take the step forward in holding those people accountable? So for me, for instance, after this process, the Electoral Commission should be instituting some sort of an inquiry into what has happened, so that those, whether they are temporary officers or whatever, are held accountable. Because what we did in 2012, putting in place a biometric system, was for a very, very specific purpose.
In this case, was not the Electoral Commission officers who were to blame.
I mean, no.
The blame was heaped on party tax that were organized to disrupt the process.
No, if you look at the what was presented as the irregularities, particularly the completion of the pink sheets.
Yes, that was also an issue. Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the consistent inconsistencies, right, of the totals. It's a huge problem, because the whole idea of the biometric verification is that you match verification with the number of ballots in the ballot box. So if you are recording, discrepancies there consistently, even if it's 40 polling stations out of 100 and something, that is significant. And that shouldn't be happening at all. There's no way of the EC. There's no way that should be happening at all. So it is not enough that it is about going to organize another election. We have to come to the bottom of it. Who exactly was recording these things? How is it that they got it wrong?
Part of the EC's defense was that don't depend on arithmetic errors to want to seek to overturn an election.
No, but that is actually problematic. And there's a third issue I'll come to. But that is actually very problematic. The EC, for example, committed to publish polling station results, both in the 2020 election and 2024 elections. As of today, we've not published those results. We have not published results of polling station level in the Fourth Republic. We have countries that we don't consider as democracies who publish polling station results. Because if you do not expose that level of transparency, people will continue to have schemes. We have to get to the point where we can trust. There's all the machinations and things you're finding. It's because people are always mistrusting the process. And the only way you can is to bring sunshine to the process. And we need to get to that point. So for me, it's, as I said, it's not enough. They have to take it forward and find out what exactly happened, who is responsible for what, and hold them accountable. The third point, our jurisprudence is developing around these matters, and it's not only Ghana. This is happening in all of Africa. It remains inconsistent. So the big question about what is a valid election? What is an election that has integrity? For at least maybe a couple of decades, maybe 2 decades now, a lot of the election petitions, particularly in West Africa, has focused on election day and then the outcome of the results. The process issues, and even in the MPP's case in 2013, when it tried to challenge the irregularities, as substantively a problem for the validity of the elections. That was not accepted. You recall the jurisprudence around that. In 2020, we had a similar, it was very procedural. But the question it keeps coming up, how is an election valid if a lot of the processes may be corrupted, right? And what is substantial that could completely invalidate an election? Fortunately for us, the parliamentary petition, PNDC Law 284 and Section 16 and so on, is very detailed as to the process. So it's not enough for you to say, oh, we can count the results. If substantially the process to the outcome is corrupted, then you can invalidate the results.
Okay.
So for me, the reason why I'm just spending time on this is that we need to get our jurisprudence around the validity of our elections consistent across both presidential and parliamentary elections. Because if we don't, it will begin to undermine our trust in the democratic process. Then we are very much in trouble.
Something, 1 minute, or 3 seconds. Could you ask a very important question? I want to put it on. What is a valid election? A valid election is one which is unchallenged. One. Or where challenged, one where a final judicial pronouncement is made on it.
Okay.
We should take this forward.
Last week, around the table here on Newsfile, there was what I discovered to be near unanimity. That one, you say what? Unanimous NF, that is FC. Newsfile. Even among the lawyers, that the pending process in the Supreme Court, Sesirairai, appears to have a very strong chance of success on the basis of the date of Gazette. And the date of Gazette looked at against the date of filing the case in court. Now, do you share the view that when all these matters were pending, Parliament should have been slow, and what the Supreme Court has done now is the best way to keep sanity, to maintain sanity?
So you have boxed a lot of questions into one. A lot. And let me say that I agree entirely with the submissions of Dr. Kojo Asante when he says that it is not common sense, but it's the presence of gaps in the law that has caused this problem. I hear many people talk about patience, patience, patience. How do we define that patience? And when do we invoke patience as a remedy to a lacuna? And how long can we be patient? So you need to identify the gaps in the law and deal with the gaps rather than throwing it out in the air. Because the idiosyncrasies does not actually represent the law. Okay? We want things done a certain way. But is that what the law says? To get everybody to understand that when a matter of this nature arises, this is the procedure. It's the reason why we have regulations or the CI.
Judicial pronouncement.
You understand? Or a judicial pronouncement. Because all of us have opinions on what should have been done. I agree. And you know, on your platform, I said it. Sometimes they say that we are too legalistic on this platform.
The law is everything.
But that's the law. When they were hoofing and puffing in Parliament and drumming tables and throwing papers across the aisle, I said that was not the solution to the problem. I said it on your network. I said the solution to the problem was that Article 1125 had been invoked. And when you read Article 1125, Doctor, it suggests a chain reaction.
A trigger points,
And so, if
once the clerk has issued within 7 days, the EC is compelled.
So what do you do as a lawyer? The options that you have is to arrest the process.
That's all.
That's all. So it was not to drum tables and ask for.
You said this. You said the solution is a judicial solution.
It's not a political solution. Now tell me, how do you get a constitutional provision reversed by writing a letter to withdraw an act? How do you get it? When that person has triggered a power under the Constitution.
Or holding a press conference.
Or holding a press conference.
Or holding Parliament to ransom that they shouldn't
You understand? But politics has taken over. And I agree entirely with you.
But Honorable Yusuf Seni, their plea, was it a plea? It was a demand. Was that the Speaker should cause a withdrawal of the notice that has been sent to the EC. So if the Speaker had acceded to their call, they would have achieved something.
Well, but does the Speaker have that power in the Constitution? That arrangement?
And the Speaker should be minded
and even
about what's going on.
They should be minded by their standing order. So if there is room within the standing order to change the way in which the trigger happens, then it creates scope. But it has to be by law, because that certainty of law is...
By which law? Whoever originates a process has the power to withdraw him.
Well, that process is backed by law. He didn't trigger the process by his own personal wishes.
It's a mandate.
It's a mandate given to him.
Do it.
He has to do it.
Okay.
Do you understand? So let's come to this.
And the court stopped Parliament.
To do what?
From declaring...
The court has
at least what they have, yes. They have.
The court has done that.
Wait, so you see, at the time when the matter was filed in court... Yes, I know there was no stay or whatever it is.
Yes.
Did the Speaker have room to be mindful of what was going on in court and hold his hands?
That's an opinion.
I'm asking you.
No, that's an opinion.
Because you see, that's what I'm saying. In the processes of state...
Our idiosyncrasy does not constitute the law. Read the Constitution carefully. The Speaker's ruling on the 7 days is even captured in the Constitution.
No, you are not going where I'm going. See, not everything
Bentil
is written in
talking
law.
about the exercise of discretion.
Yes.
In a way that demonstrates wisdom and appreciates our security situations. Because as we understand, Kpandai is a security situation.
So you see, that's the problem. All of us know as lawyers that where discretion is not regulated by law, it's subject to abuse.
But that's why, Inusa, you are a very seasoned... You are a seasoned lawmaker, Inusa. Inusa, we are in the realm of opinion. And we should do this. Your words will have a lot of weight. In this situation, would it have been proper for the Speaker to say, I am constrained by these things and therefore nothing will go amiss if I hold my hand in deference to the courts?
I'm not saying that the Speaker could not have said that. If the Speaker had said that before the letter, that would have been okay.
So please, let me stay on this. See, I have said, and I repeat, Speaker Babin is my favorite speaker of the whole Fourth Republic. Why? He takes decisions. He makes moves. He goes into spaces which are controversial. You see what he wore for his own swearing? He breaks the mold. So for me, that's what makes him my favorite speaker. This is one of those gray areas you are not sure, where he should have made one of those iconoclastic decisions and said that, look, we have, hold on, let me finish. We have 3 arms of government.
Yes.
The Supreme Court, Parliament, and the Executive, and they all have their powers, but they have their limits. And in all of these things, when there's a constitutional issue, it is the Supreme Court I defer to. I will make law. But when there is a matter before the Supreme Court, I will defer to them, just like I would like them to defer to me in other places. It is not written in any law. But this is how you form these kinds of agreements. If he had done
the
that,
Speaker's intervention, when prematurely Yindam was being pushed out of the House, was in full compliance with our law.
Correct.
He said,
but he was guided by law.
Automatic stay.
Yes.
After that, processes, if appeals and processes have been filed, they have the potential
of success,
of stultifying the process.
Yes.
So what he did was in full compliance.
Correct, but that one he was guided by law.
Go beyond the law.
He was guided by law. I'm talking about where there is no clear law. Where there is no clear law.
There's clear law here.
About if something is before the Supreme Court.
Except that the lethargy of the courts delay the process. So let's get the things clear. There's clear law here. Let me answer your question before I come to the clear law. So the certiorari application in Parliament stands on 2 things.
Certiorari application in the Supreme Court
stands on 2 things. A supposed Gazette notification that was issued on the 24th, and another alleged Gazette notification that was issued on the 6th. Now, so you see, that right of the petitioner to go to court to challenge an election results or the validity of an election rests squarely on Gazette notification. It is what triggers...
Which was the matter?
It is what triggers the right. And we know in law where statutes confers a right on a person and provides the procedure, you not only have the right to take advantage of the provision, but you are also compelled to follow the procedure. That is actually what the rule of law is about.
Justice. Yes, no problem.
Okay? Now, so why is 24th December relevant? 24th December is relevant in this particular matter because if the Supreme Court says that 24 is the date of the Gazette notification, then the action of the petitioner in the Tamil court is statute barred. The case, and you know the decisions of the courts, the case will not be concerned with the merits, whether the elections were legitimate or not.
So statute barred, let's explain to our audience. It will mean that the time that the NDC candidate, aggrieved, approached the High Court, it was late and there was no rescue. So his case will be voided.
Yeah.
That he couldn't have gone to court.
Not at all.
But
And
if
so-
he computes the date of the Gazette from the 7th,
from the 7th of
6th, right?
Of January.
January.
Yes.
Then he will be within time. Yeah. Right.
Thank you so very much. So you see where the decision of the certiorari application will stand. It will stand on whether or not the January Gazette notification is the proper notification. Does it dispel, revoke, or, replace the 24th December notification? Because both of them will have consequences.
The law's requirement is that in an election petition, like in this matter, you have 21
days.
There is no extension for you. 21 days. We didn't wait to bring your grievance to the court. If you allow a day to pass, you are gone. Okay.
So who made that mistake?
Yeah.
The Gazette mistake.
You were actually on the floor, sorry.
So the High Court, I've said that this matter could have been resolved. You see, when the decision was given in the High Court, I listened to the parties carefully, the lawyers. And all lawyers do that. Those who have practiced before, when you are going to court, you don't know where the judgments will go. Sometimes you prepare your notice of appeal and stay for execution. Because without notice of appeal, you can't file a stay of execution. So you prepare and hold it. When you go and it's in your favor, you shelve it. It's just like an election. When you prepare a concession statement as well as a victory statement, and then if you win, pull out your victory statement and read. So the parties told us that look, they had when they were going to court, they thought that the election, the judgment would not go in their favor, so they prepared. Immediately upon the pronouncement, they filed a stay of execution.
Notice of
execution and coupled their, and filed a stay of execution. I thought that they ought to have pressed the court to have the time fixed immediately after the 7 days. Immediately after the 7 days.
You can press as you want. If they don't mind you, what do you do?
That is the thing. So if you press as you see again, so you are coming to the political. If you press as you want, and the court is not doing what is proper and just in the circumstances, then you have reasons to complain.
By what you're saying, you belong to the school of thought that unless there is an order, express order, a stay of execution does not stay the hand of the victim.
But then I also concede that if the stay of execution is served on the party has a duty to respect the processes of the court.
Okay.
I also belong to us. I recognize that. So again, the question is, was the stay of execution served?
At least it would have been served on one of the parties, which is an office, very easy to go serve.
Is that
the electoral commission.
But electoral commission doesn't do. You see, that's the thing.
It's a party. It's a second defendant.
But it doesn't do anything in the process. Their trigger, their action is almost at the tail end. That's why they don't even appear to court. The court was not happy.
Yeah.
They didn't come.
Which I thought was not proper.
they see themselves as being the...
but these matters are very serious.
Okay.
But you understand?
So this is not the first time.
I agree. The court
No. We should speak to it. See, me, where I haven't gone is this. I said, who caused all this trouble? We are.
The Electoral Commission.
It is the EC. And look, it is important that we keep referring to the
It's
EC.
fair to say it is the EC.
It is the EC.
The elections were going on smoothly.
It is the EC.
Then they are going to do a coalition, and party people start. These people, their security is not.
If they had published police station results the way we have asked,
then we say blame EC.
No, I'm not even on that.
Every
level.
step of
I'm
the
not
way.
on that level.
Yes, on their arithmetical, mathematical error.
Why?
Fine,
No,
but
you see,
the conduct of the polls, the conduct of the polls,
but
the collection of the results,
all of us saw
arithmetic error.
All of us saw how party people. All of us saw how party people made coalition almost impossible in some of these places.
The EC, with all that they have, cannot tell us that they didn't have the wherewithal to manage that.
Particularly the NDC. Where the NDC not matching their army to the coalition center.
The state law enforcement, including the army, to deal with that.
Who has the primary responsibility of
primary responsibility
of the integrity of the election?
If they can't do it, they should tell us.
But on the security, that one you can't put it on the EC.
No, why not?
Why not? Of the election.
That's why that one.
Makujo, why not? Why not? They can have 100 army people there.
Okay. We have one more person who has not spoken.
And then we didn't come to.
Let's go to.
For that one, I don't.
Let's hear Alfred Choyebwa. Alfred Choyebwa, thank you very much.
This all goes
I
back
wanted
to
you briefly. So, what the Supreme Court has done
30 years of
is something you are excited about, or
I had said that was what the Supreme Court would do.
Okay.
In the interest of justice, fairness, and I mean the fact of if you want to hold the balance. I mean, the Supreme Court is mindful not to put itself in a situation where its judgments can be nugatory. Okay, so the Supreme Court adjourns the matter to 13th of January. Electoral Commission says it's conducting elections on 30th of December. The judgment clearly, if the Supreme Court did not stop it, would have been nugatory.
Right.
What happened in the Belabo case?
Okay.
They did that. There was no
Mr. Eboa.
All right, thank you very much. And let me also extend my greetings to my co-panelists. I've followed the discussions. And let me first indicate that there are no gaps relative to how judgments are to be executed, whether constitutional judgments, whether private judgments, etc., etc. And I'm surprised that they have to take the Supreme Court to halt the process. If as a people, we are all committed to follow the laws that we have passed, I think this matter is as easy as ABC, and I insist, as easy as ABC.
Explain to us.
The High Court in Tamale delivered a judgment. Per CI 19, there is a 7-day automatic stay. So from the time of the judgment, for the first 7 days, which Speaker Babin said, nobody could take any step to execute the judgment. The registrar at the High Court in Tamale didn't have the authority by then to serve any process seeking to execute the judgment. That's the first point. Now, after the 7 days, that's where the issues come up. Is there a stay or no stay? After the 7 days, there was a motion for stay of execution. And what's the effect of that application? The effect of it is governed by CI 19, Rule 27, as amended. Now, if we take CI 19, Rule 27(2), it says expressly that when such applications are pending, execution of the judgment is stayed. Rule 27(2) of CI 19. This has also been given a judicial blessing by the Supreme Court in the ex parte Millicom Ghana case. I think it was reported in 2009-2010, Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report. Now, in that case, the Supreme Court said, the moment an application for stay of execution is filed, it stays execution under Rule 27(2). And so, I'm going back to Tamale. the lawlessness, the illegalities, I will trace it down to the registrar at the High Court in Tamale. At the time that, presumably, I presume that he served the Speaker of Parliament or the Clerk of Parliament that there was a vacancy. At the time that that warrant was served, there was pending on that particular docket a motion for stay of execution. Question: so on what basis was the clerk notified that there was a vacancy? That's the first point. Now, if you come to Parliament, also listening to the arguments on the floor, the majority leader and the rest, I think some members of Parliament, especially my learned colleague, the majority leader, misread CI 132. But there's an argument that CI 132 has amended CI 19, and by virtue of that, if you file an application for stay, it does not stay. If you take CI 132, it does two things to Rule 27 of CI 19. It amends Sub-Rule 1 and Sub-Rule 3. Sub-Rule 2 was not amended. And Sub-Rule 2 is a provision that deals with the situation where when application is pending, application for stay is pending, it stays execution of that judgment. So as simple as that. And so the moment the registrar at the court below served the Speaker of Parliament, and also having been notified, Parliament having been notified there was a pending stay of execution, the Clerk of Parliament, in God respect, also had no authority to have notified EC about the vacancy. That's why I said it's as simple as ABC. Again, EC, as you all agree, is also a party in this particular matter, and in fact, the court below was the second respondent. And they were also served with every process, the stay of execution. When they also got that process, they should have also indicated to the Clerk of Parliament that we've been served with this. But there is a pending application for stay of execution that also stays execution. Let's remember that what was done at the Tamale High Court related to the service of the warrant or order on the Speaker can also be brought up at the Supreme Court for it to be quashed on grounds of illegality and nullity. And so if EC didn't do it, and the issue was raised on the floor of Parliament, I expected that the Honorable Speaker of Parliament will have delivered a second ruling on the matter, because the time that he delivered the first ruling, he relied on the law, specifically the 7 days automatic stay. The second arguments that came at the time, there was a pending stay of execution. And if the Speaker had taken a look at that application and then the law, it would have given the ruling to the effect that the Clerk of Parliament erred by forwarding that notification to the EC.
I've heard you give the education around this subject, but there are those who say what you are saying does not help because of what is said to be the mischief rule. People will do mischief by simply filing applications to stay processes when they know that they don't have a case, and then that will stop the functioning of the affairs of state. What do you say?
There is no mischief here, with all due respect. There is no mischief. Now I'm going to cite two instances. If there is a judgment between Samson and then myself, with respect of a house, you win the case at the High Court, I'm in possession of the house, you want to demolish that house, I go to court to file an appeal and stay of execution. And that house is demolished despite the pendency of that application. If we didn't have Rule 27.2, commonsensically, what happens to the application pending? If you go to the court, because that particular court has been used to execute the judgment despite the pendency of that application. So in terms of common sense, that application will have to operate as a stay of execution. Now let me come to your point. Constitutional matters, statutory matters. We are now talking about judgments. The Tamale one is a judgment. It's not an interlocutory application or process. Now, when it comes to final judgments, there's no distinction between constitutional, statutory, or private judgments. They are all judgments. And their execution is done in accordance with CI 19. And so, whether constitutional or non-constitutional, it is a judgment.
Okay.
Usually, we want to look at it this way. Oh, there may be a mischief because the person will file an application. That application will stay execution. That is fair. Parliament has passed that CI. If we want to look at instances where there are some situations that we think that stay should not operate as automatic stay, Parliament can look at the law again and say, when it comes to A, B, C, we are not going to countenance application for stay as stay of execution.
So you have been making the distinction between stay of execution and injunction, and your view is that people are reading the injunction processes into stay of execution because the injunction would normally have come when there is no judgment, but the stay would have come when there is a judgment. And you say that makes a difference. Is that your point?
Exactly, Samson. I've also heard the argument that by virtue of the Supreme Court decision in the Okwasefwa, the token removal case, by virtue of that decision, it means that if you also file stay of execution, it should not stay. Now, if you look at the Okwasefwa case relative to that subject, it is about injunctions. Injunctions pending proceedings, interlocutory injunctions, not injunctions granted after judgment. The Supreme Court realized that as practitioners, for a very long time, there is ex parte Moffat, and then IET and the rest, which have given the decision to the effect that when a motion for injunction is pending, you cannot go ahead to do the very thing that you are basically to stop you from doing. That has been the position of lawyers, that if you use that word to cite contempt of parties. You can realize that no, when it comes to injunction, when it comes to constitutional functions or statutory functions, that aspect of ex parte Moffat should not work. And that's why, in a very clever way, which I endorse, the Supreme Court said, when it comes to constitutional functions, the filing of application for injunctions does not operate as injunctions unless an express order is decreed.
Okay.
Simple as that. That pronouncement of the Supreme Court does not extend to stay of execution.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pumpuni Asante has a question for you, but all of us lawyers, we have often said ex parte Moffat, and even when we make the corrections, we still don't come to the fact that it is not ex parte Moffat. It's Republic versus Moffat, ex parte Alote. Okay, yes.
Yeah, but just a quick question. So, I mean, it comes back to this issue about gaps, right? And I mean, you dismiss that as you don't think there are any gaps, but given all the education that you have given us and the nuances that you have, tried to elaborate, I mean, don't you think, or would you consider that Parliament, for example, review its standing orders to provide guidance, for example, on the way it treats judgments of courts, right? So that it offers some structure and some clarity. I worry also that because we are basically dealing with almost like a common law, sometimes it's also by legislation. But if these nuances are changing all the time, how do you ensure that the agencies, as Kofi is saying, who have to apply these things are properly, advised?
Respectfully, is it the politicians who are bastardizing the law which is settled, or that there actually are gaps? From the explanation he gives, there is no lack of clarity on the law. There doesn't appear to be any gaps, but it is the politicians who continue to bastardize it.
So it comes back to the speaker.
As we speak now, you can see how the NPP are celebrating this suspension. But just how many days before that, the Tamale High Court decision, look at how the People's Commentary, they take that judge's decision to bastardize the entire judiciary. The same way the NDC was doing with unanimous FC.
Something is right. You are also right. But that is why I keep saying it now falls to the speaker. Let us ask the speaker where they will fight.
Kofi, the issue for me is, you see, in all of these processes, there are administrative things that you have to follow, right? There's a trigger, and then you have to act in a certain way. You can interpret the law, and he's made, where the distinctions are and all of that stuff. Now, the administrative procedure that allows us to kind of manage the political incentives that are around it. It's for me that where you need clarity, because another level of clarity, rather than leaving it to say just a speaker's ruling, which is mostly discretionary, really can create problem.
Doc, the point I'm trying to convey to you is this. On the floor of Parliament, you had lawyers of many years of experience.
Who are politicians?
More than decades.
Who are politicians?
Who are sitting in the House. A judgment is given today. They say, let's mount roadblocks. The MP cannot enter the House. Those lawyers ought to know that the basic law is that there must be an allowance for 7 days before you can execute the judgment. Do you blame that on gaps of the law?
Because, you see, I will give you another example. All the issues...
For that one, there's no gap.
No.
There are areas where there are gaps. What to do...
I agree. I'm just saying...
In the same way,
there's no gap.
In the same way,
I don't want to...
Yes.
I don't want to believe
Doctor, there are gaps.
Yeah.
Why?
There are gaps.
Why? You read Article 112.
Yes.
It talks about when a vacancy occurs.
Correct.
Whenever a vacancy occurs.
Right.
A vacancy occurs under Article 97.1. Okay?
The High Court pronouncing a vacancy.
Please, a vacancy occurs. I mean, when a person dies, a vacancy occurs.
That's right.
You don't need a High Court.
That's right.
Okay? When the person has been dismissed or sacked from Parliament by reason of contempt, you don't need a High Court. A vacancy has occurred. So when we say when a vacancy occurs, we are narrowing it down to the High Court. At which point do we say a vacancy has occurred? That's my understanding. At which point? Then the former Deputy Attorney General says, no, a vacancy has not occurred because when you look at the Court of Appeal rules, CI 19, Rule 3 says that, look, a vacancy, when there's a pending appeal, then the decision, the decision of the courts has to be stayed automatically.
Right.
Okay? And we, as lawyers, know that it's because of the potential effect on the decision of the appeal. That's why the court is there in the CI 19 rules. For me, Parliament should be guided by regulation, and I think that is very important. It should be guided by regulation that, let me tell you how an abuse can occur. You know, remember the Amartin case? How many months did it take us? Can you remember?
It took a long time.
A very long time. That was an exercise of discretion.
How about Adjua?
What about Adjua?
Yeah, but you see,
once again, if I may ask him,
yes,
if I may ask him,
so you see,
if I may ask him, why are we blaming the law and fixing gaps in the law when it is so plain on its face? You spoke about when a vacancy occurs, and the Constitution, as you refer to, Article 92 thereabouts, clearly says vacancy. He's dead. He's gone.
He's gone.
He's not come to Parliament for how many continuous days without permission. He's gone through a disciplinary process. He's been removed. The vacancy has occurred. The High Court has been given an opportunity to pronounce that there's vacancy. A vacancy has occurred. Why should we still need a clarity?
In the case of the High Court, because of the pendency of an appeal.
Yeah, because it is something. Even in the last, I think in the end of 2024, just before the election, when certain vacancies were declared, for instance.
By the Speaker.
Yes, just remember that you are also dealing with competing rights, right? The rights to be represented. And so at that point, the rights to be represented were vitiated because you can't go and organize an election because you couldn't organize an election 90 days to the so if you create that kinds of scenario where people are agitated because you are basically left them with no remedy. We have even the issues that the courts had, the Speaker had with the Supreme Court. Now you're talking that you to say the Speaker is
my favorite speaker.
But at that time,
can bring clarity to these things.
At that time, when it was him that the Supreme Court was going after, he basically suspended Parliament for how long? As a way of going around.
That shows you how much power he has to go around things.
So what I'm saying is that we are constantly getting, and you are right that you put the issue around the vacancy. This is where the trigger, the political trigger is coming from. The fact that either you take somebody out of parliament or... So people are, on, as you were saying, trying to find ways to circumvent what they know.
No.
That is a governance problem that has to be addressed. It's not going to be addressed by the current arrangements that you have. It's not sufficient. That's what I'm saying. Either we have to look at the standing orders or look at other processes to see how we can deal with this vacancy occurrence and how to address it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I asked him a question and then I ended up answering.
Okay, quickly, because we need to move on.
The answer is very simple. There are no gaps. The law is clear. Parliament should rather get legal counsel.
Yeah, they have. All lawyers. They have. They have. They are lawyers. They have. There's a legal department of Parliament.
When it comes to vacancy, and the vacancies arising out of a judgment of a court. If the speaker hears it on radio, the clerk hears it on radio, there's no vacancy. There's vacancy only when the speaker has been served with the order by the registrar of the court below. Absent service, there is no vacancy. And that's why the 7 days he doesn't have to serve. If there's a state of execution, he doesn't have to serve until that matter is disposed of. Thank you very much.
Interesting. Yes, thank you.
That is trite law. I mean, if you hear...
So why are they not using it?
The speaker's jurisdiction is not invoked by radio announcement.
Yes. So why are they not using it?
Or is it invoked
So I was asking a final question before I move on to take a break and return to Ofori Atta and Bawku. But it looks like you're the wrong person to ask that question.
Yeah, why?
But because even though you are NDC,
yes,
you are able to take the middle ground.
Yes.
You are able to look at a law and say this is what it is and not define the law on the basis of the color of a party.
You don't do that.
Yes.
You don't do that.
So that's why I say that it looks like you're the wrong person to
I'm not the wrong person. I'm rather the right person.
So the question was this, that what learning are you taking from this? The Supreme Court.
Yeah.
This was a unanimous decision to suspend the rerun on 30th. Unanimous. The NPP is happy about it. They are very excited.
It's good. It's good that they are excited.
NDC is not exactly enthused.
We are. I mean, that's the whole thing about the rule of law. And we really respect decisions of the courts.
Imagine the court
yes,
had given a different decision.
We will respect the decision.
The MPP will not celebrate it.
But every victor celebrates.
Right. But beyond not celebrating it, the kind of commentary that would have been made, the judges would have been picked, they would have singled them out, they would have said, this is NDC, don't you know him? This is that. And then they will say, this court, they have hijacked it. Because that's the commentary that is beginning. That now the NDC has implanted a Chief Justice. And so, Tamale, it is the reason what has happened. They refer to the judge who referred to George Orwell and said it can only happen under NDC and so on.
Yeah, but so when it happened in Tamale, I told the minority leader, Afenyo Markin, that he was wrong. Tamale High Court is in an election petition, it's a court of first instance. So why do you go after the judge? The only time that you can show tremendous dissatisfaction is when the matter escalates to the Court of Appeal. Because that's final in the case of Nimakain and the Court of Appeal is the final. You see, so I thought that even in that case, if the Tamil High Court had not applied itself to the real dictates of the law and given justice in the matter, lawyers, I didn't say politicians, lawyers, and I'm actually addressing Afenyo Markin as a lawyer, should know that there is a right of appeal from an election petition to the Court of Appeal. So, and that if you don't share in the view of the, and it's an opinion, if you don't share in the opinion of the High Court, you escalate your application. You go upstairs and then maybe you get judgment. let's all agree that when I was speaking about the right procedure to take, it's not that I was oblivious of political interests. We want as a party and as a government, we want the Kpandai seat. Yes.
You are speaking like a politician.
We want the Kpandai seat.
Right.
But then,
So let's now move on now. And Doc, your concern about speed.
Yes.
So as we understand, there was supposed to have been a ruling on the stay on the 18th of December.
Yeah.
The judge had adjourned it, to 18th of December, and 18th of December, no show. So there's no ruling.
Yeah.
It appears that there's no urgency attached.
Yeah, but the point that even the applications were made January, and now that we are getting a judgment in November, I mean, we can't.
Right.
It's too disruptive.
That's the point I want to make.
Okay. So I have this comment. It's a bit lengthy, but it's important to read, and it's about all of these arguments by the politicians on whether or not the stay, once filed and served, is sufficient to stay the hand of the process. This is Frederick Gura Sampson. He writes profusely on legal questionings. He says, the law under Article 99 confers a right on an aggrieved person to appeal and challenge the decision of the High Court. As part of the appeal processes, the execution of the High Court judgment can be stayed with the filing of an application for stay of execution. The filing and service of same should stay the hands and prevent the execution of the decision by the Clerk of Parliament notifying the EC for the rerun. Vacancy actually arises after all appeal processes and opportunities to challenge the decision of the High Court has been exhausted. It cannot be said or argued that the mere declaration by the High Court ipso facto implies a vacancy without having regard to, for example, Article 99(2) of the 1992 Constitution and Section 10 of PNDC Law 284, which, though not direct to the point, is instructive and provides guidance. I disagree with the view that the constitutional clock must continue unabated. The process must bow and defer to the judicial processes. The declaration of vacancy is in the bosom of the judiciary, not Parliament. Once processes are pending, by-election or rerun cannot be held.
No.
It's good their lordships at the Apex Court have suspended the rerun to abide the hearing of the certiorari application. That's constitutionally progressive. Any attempt to go ahead while judicial processes are pending is a betrayal of the constitutional fidelity. And on this note,
Francis, you haven't.
I take a break.
Samson, you haven't come to me.
Samson,
I've come to you many times.
Samson, we need to what he has done is to narrow his right up to what has happened.
It's a tall article. This is a portion of it.
But you see, a vacancy is doesn't necessarily arise out of a challenge to an election.
Okay. Yeah.
And you cannot give a blanket statement that a vacancy, the declaration of a vacancy, is in the bosom of the court, unless you qualify it in an election petition. But because if a person dies, and we've had a lot of by-elections by reason of death, they're pronounced by the
Yes, Kofi, so quick, we need to take a break.
We need to go back and finish this business of election petition courts. Why can't we pick 20 judges, make them election petition experts? When there's an election petition, they sit on it. You draw them from the normal court. They sit on it till it's done, and the process stops at appeal. We need to do this and avoid all these issues. Because they'll never stop.
Send it right up to
Oh, he's hearing us. And who doesnent agree with us? We've discussed it at length. I'm saying let us do it. We need to do it.
Even
it will save us a lot.
Look, Bentel, you are wrong. When you say elections are not determined at the polling station, they are.
Who? Why do they go to court? If they are determined, then Yinam will be MP.
So
if that is so, then Yinam will be MP.
When the polling station results are collated, at first instance is never ultimate.
Okay.
It's not ultimate. Then secondly, yes, you cannot challenge an election.
Of course, that's
but
right.
It must be our laws.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We go for a break. When we return,
we'll go to
Ofori Atta, the Attorney General has eventually forwarded the OSP's extradition packets to the Foreign Affairs Ministry, who have also forwarded it to the United States of America to begin the process to extradite him to Ghana to face prosecution. So, will we succeed? The Attorney General suggests he's engaged very top-notch lawyers, and so it doesn't look like we are going to see an extradition happening anytime soon. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Dream.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never won. Hey! Na ampai.
Between the pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pie menu.
A Syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe Ben Abe you see.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No hala.
There is something extraordinary happening, something you won't want to miss.
A treasure that has been kept under wraps until now.
The wait is almost over.
Get ready to experience the unforgettable.
Smile, Look lively, okay? Smile, smile. Is the money too small? A bad stomach ruins your day. Don't let it. Take Gastron, your most effective antacid, for the relief of symptoms of peptic ulcer, heartburn, gas pain, flatulence, and indigestion.
Hey guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go.
Mwah. Can you bring down the smiles more? Gastron, effective relief from stomach discomfort. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay. I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Polytech is everywhere, durable and authentic. Stronger brand you can trust. Polytech, we get some more Rambo and get some more super. And the Polytech we did.
Polytech, Papa no Asa.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow. There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I will take this anytime, any day.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
At Drive EVGH, we keep one goal in front of us: make electric mobility truly work for Ghana. Our lineup is built with intention. We offer electric vehicles that perform, endure, and fit real lifestyles. Whether it is a compact city EV, a practical everyday model, or a premium electric SUV with power and comfort, our range gives drivers clear options without the confusion. Every vehicle is thoroughly inspected and prepared to deliver value from day one. Our EV Service Center supports all electric vehicle brands with diagnostics, battery care, and general servicing. It is expert support designed to keep every driver moving. With XCharge EV, our expanding charging network at key locations across the country, making every journey predictable and reassuring. Drive EVGH, the standard for electric mobility in Ghana.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think.
But on behalf of the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we have taken the requisite steps to bring him to Ghana to face trial. And if I were him, this is his home. He should just join the next flight and come here. Under my watch, he will not be treated unfairly. He will go through due process and be prosecuted just like any other person, just like Kobina Edubohi or Hanan or any of the persons that I have filed charges against. I just got to know that he has hired some of the top. Yesterday, I got to know that he has hired some of the top lawyers in the United States of America, very experienced lawyers, to defend him. Now, I'm not afraid at all. All right, I am not afraid at all. But it means that there's going to be a fight in the federal courts in the U.S. If the district court says no, he will go to the circuit court. All right. If the circuit court says no, he's entitled to go to the U.S. Supreme Court to fight his case. So I cannot tell you that he will come tomorrow or he will come the next day. Okay. And I'm just being honest. Accounting to the people means being explicit and truthful. So this is what we are faced with.
Alfred, what do you have to say about the comments by the Attorney General? And remember that there was also a question to him which has been asked over and again about the extradition of Sedina Etieno, who has been convicted and is supposed to be serving a sentence.
All right, thank you very much, Samson. Yes, let me answer the second question. Sedina Tamaku, as you already indicated, she was convicted by a court in Ghana here. Before we left office, we had made all necessary arrangements for our counterparts in the U.S. to commence the proceedings there. And then we left office. I'm happy to know that the AG is also pursuing that course. That's the way to go. Now, when it comes to extradition of...
Clarify for us. Had you activated the extradition, as in you had done the extradition packets and forwarded them to the U.S. government by the time you left office?
Yes, Samson, I can confirm that. Okay. I can confirm that. Everything was done before we left office. Before we even left office, I'm on record to have said that we had even been told where she was living, and they were even tracing her almost on a daily basis.
Right. You told me right here on Newsfile. Now, and also on the law program. Now, why do you think it is taking forever? When they want extradition on our points, we are very much in a hurry. We arrest the people and even, question them, embarrass them, and put it on social media before we extradite them.
Yes, I'm also surprised that when it comes to the extraditing fugitives to us, it becomes a problem. It takes some time. When they are questioned, the issue that they say they have a lot of things to go through, just like ours too, we go through a lot of processes. Maybe as lawyers, usually when our clients are ordered to be extradited, maybe don't take the matter on appeal, so they're able to have them extradited with ease. But on the other side, some of them there may want to exhaust every single legal process there. Maybe that might account for it, but I'm not comfortable with the delays that we have from their end. But the broader picture now that I want to bring on board with respect to this discussion is as to whether the extradition between Ghana and US is fit for purpose. I mean, that's the first point. And whether indeed there is an extradition treaty between Ghana and the US. Samson, the treaty I'm talking about is 1931, which was signed between the UK, Great Britain, and the US. At the time, Ghana was not independent. And so it is argued that this particular 1931 treaty is binding on Ghana as being one of the existing laws under Article 11 of the Constitution. I remember when we were in office, there was a challenge to this extradition treaty of 1931. And I think in the case of Republic versus Ayorinde, Abiola Ayorinde, and others, the Supreme Court in July last year, 2024, made a pronouncement on the extradition treaty between Ghana and the US by saying that so far as the Great Britain, Ghana was under Great Britain, and the Great Britain had this treaty with the US, then that treaty is part of the existing laws of Ghana and Article 11 of the Constitution. That is the law. Personally speaking, I disagree. I think that as an independent state, we must have a standalone treaty with the US. In that treaty, we can detail certain things that we think we also want them to do when we want to have that kind of reciprocity. But if we keep relying on this 1931 extradition treaty, it's because it has affirmed it's constitutional. That means that we are using this colonial legislation to tie our necks. Now, when it comes to Mr. Ofori Atta,
form over substance. It has worked for us. We have used it over the years. Why are we now raising issues about it?
Samson, Ghana is an independent Republican state. Ghana, upon attainment of independence, has had this parliament, passed various laws. We've entered into bilateral treaties with various countries. What stops us from having our own with the US? The courts are saying it is constitutional. No worries, I disagree. But I personally think that it is time that we had our own with the US.
Yes, upon independence, you didn't discard all laws. Just like there have been military regimes, you have not discarded all those laws. So what is the problem? Why is it that when we are talking about the extradition of Ken Ofori Atta, now we have to, even the Attorney General has to make a debate about this, and then you two have all the commentary. What is it for? We have been using it without question. So what's the problem?
I agree with you. There are no questions about what we have now. It is constitutional. We have to use that one to extradite Mr. Ofori Atta to Ghana. But moving forward, I think we have a stand-alone bilateral treaty with the US.
The thing is not broken. What are you fixing?
It is not broken, but I think that this colonial legislation should not still be hanging on the neck of Ghanaians. That's my personal opinion.
Okay.
It is a legislation that Great Britain, if you read carefully, as I said, the courts have delivered a verdict on it. I disagree with the court because if you take a look at the judgment delivered in July and the analysis made, I have my own opinion on the conclusion that they reached, but that is the decision of the court.
Yeah, your opinion is overridden by the Supreme Court's decision, which you have told us about.
So let me go to the current situation. In the US, if you look at the 1931 extradition treaty, before you can extradite a fugitive, or what they call criminal fugitive, from the US to Ghana, you have to go through certain processes. The first one is where you have to put in a request. Ghana has to put in a request, as we are told the AG has done. When the request is received by the US, they will have to evaluate it, analyze to see whether it meets the threshold.
The probable cause.
And if it meets the threshold, then they'll trigger the process to go to the courts and have the order decreed. Now we are told that Ken Ofori Atta has engaged lawyers. I personally speaking, it is right to engage lawyers.
That's an issue.
And I do not see whether it's a top-notch lawyer or lawyer. And most of the times, I'm saying, lawyers that you are the risk can mess you up. Lawyers that you are the risk can mess you up. Or maybe the AG not to have given that bit about top US lawyers. I said he has engaged lawyers. He was also ready. He was to step in and immediately because he's more than capable.
Why do you think he was telling the public about the fact that, you know, even if they don't succeed in the circuit, they could go up further, they could go up until they get to the Supreme Court in the US. Why was the AG interested in telling us all of this?
Maybe he's trying to prepare the minds of Ghanaians.
Yeah.
That it's not a short journey. it may take some time. That one has no problem with it. My problem has to do with the description of the lawyers that he has engaged. Whether they are top-notch, every lawyer is a lawyer. But I believe in one thing, that if the processes that we have submitted to the U.S. meet their threshold, the U.S. will have to act. If you look at the treaty, the Article 3 of the treaty, it details the offenses under which the extradition could be triggered in the U.S. I've looked at a charge sheet which has been prepared by the OSP. I'm not going to make any judgment on it, but that charge has to be evaluated by the U.S. to see whether there is merit to warrant the commencement of extradition proceedings in the U.S. But per the treaty also, Mr. Ofori Atta has certain defense that he can raise. One of them is when he alleges that he's being politically pursued or prosecuted.
Yeah, that's my point.
If that argument succeeds in the U.S. court, he will not be brought to Ghana. Another argument he can put up is that if he is brought back to Ghana, his rights, fundamental rights, may be violated, especially when it comes to torture. Because you know there's a convention against torture.
Exactly.
And if you look at Article 3 of that convention, or what we call non-refoulement, if a fugitive raised the issue that if I'm brought to this country, I'm sent to this country, I'm going to be tortured, I can assure you if he's able to prove it, that fugitive will not be brought to Ghana. And so it's a long journey that we have to go. But that's
why should we be entertaining fears about things that happen in some military regimes and undemocratic states? Why would Ken Ofori Atta suggest to anybody anywhere in the world that if he's standing trial in Ghana, he will be tortured and all those things? Why?
It's a defense available whether it's going to activate it. I'm just trying to give a general education. I mean, we are in a democratic state. Issues of human rights, people may want to raise them because they're constitutional rights. But I'm just highlighting some of the things that his lawyers there are likely to raise when it comes to the extradition proceedings in the U.S.
That would be very damaging to the reputation of Ghana to suggest anywhere in the world as one of the most important citizens. Ken Ofori Atta was a global citizen even before he became a minister. Why would he like to tell any country that Ghana will have a kangaroo court system, your rights will not be respected and so on? Why would he attempt to do anything like that?
I mean, he has not attempted doing it. And I'm not going to say he's going to do it. But Samson, this morning you gave your take. I mean, the 1 minute or 2 minute take that you gave. A situation where someone was arrested in handcuffs at the back, if you watch the video.
That's right.
And he was being told to say, admit this. And being filmed. I mean, it's not something that it's not a good sight to behold. It's something that we must take, as you said. Some of these things are the very things that look at the Ghana, the way you interrogate their suspects, you take them through that form of soft torture or torture in a way.
Okay.
And so, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
I think that the learned AG has given us the information about Ofori Atta. Ofori Atta definitely have his day in court in the U.S. Let's see how it goes. But whether top-notch or low-notch, they are all lawyers, and lawyers in Ghana should face them squarely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He posted a caveat. He said, well, I'm not saying that to say I am afraid. That's what he said. We are not scared of any of those lawyers. Well, he was trained in various other places and call it top-notch universities in the U.S. So he would, that's the last thing he would be afraid of. Professor Pijetia, why should we be concerned that Ofori Atta may fight this? Should it not be a natural expectation that he has events, an intention not to come back to this country, and on that basis, he will definitely fight his extradition?
Thank you, Samson. I think that question, the point that the Attorney General talked about, the top-notch lawyer issue, I've also been, asking myself, why would he raise such a question or point? Probably because he wants to program our minds to accept the fact that it's going to be a long drawn battle to be able to bring Ofori Atta back to Ghana.
Oh, it's fruitless.
Yes, that's the point, that it could be fruitless at the end of the day. So the question as to why we should be concerned about that, I think the Attorney General is in a better place to answer that, because the whole thing is about the procedures and the processes that we need to follow. And according to our Extradition Act, we have the procedure to follow, and the procedure is that we put our package together and submit it to the Office of the Department of Justice in the US, and then the case goes to a court. And so we have done that. There have been some back and forth, and some few gaps which we identified have been patched. So I think that if we have a solid case, we should not be worried about whether who is a top-notch lawyer or not is going to handle the case. At the end of the day, we should hope that we will make a good case, and Ofori Atta will be brought back to the jurisdiction to face trial. I'm not sure we should be worried about, or Ken himself should be worried about whether issues about torture and so on. But the political question may become necessary, or may be a point that he can use to his advantage in a way, because already we know that with the Interpol situation, they managed to, it's kind of influenced the decision to do the reduction. So that may be something that may be a little bit of concern for the Attorney General with regard to the statement that he might have made. Now, the point that we also need to note is, or the question that I've also been asking myself is, going to court may not be the only way to handle this matter. There are also situations where you can go through diplomatic channels, so that, and it looks like that is that is the approach that the US did with respect to the recent extraditions done against some Ghanaian citizens to be sent to the US. But Ghana has also done that before, at least in the case of the Benin case between Ghana and Switzerland. So I don't know if something is being done in the background with regard to that. And if not, why not? Because that doesn't violate any particular procedures or rules. It is something that is done when we are talking about extradition.
You talk about the political questioning and some back and forth that has happened. We understand, and I got to know Ofori Atta hiring lawyers top-notch, long ago, because some foreign, persons wanted to speak to me, and I got to know about even the backgrounds of some of these lawyers about 2-3 weeks ago. The reduction that you have spoken about, even about the red notice and all, the suggestion is that, in November, there was a development that the confidential memoranda and related documents connected to the extradition process were leaked to bloggers, and that became, widely discussed in the media. And then you had the Attorney General and the Deputy also making complaints, all in the public and speaking to the public. I gathered that part of this commentary is what Ofori Atta is using strongly to support his case that it's a political persecution that is going on. Going forward, what would you say? How should we handle this so that we don't get into discussions that our opponents use against us?
Yeah, you're right on that point. That's why I'm saying that. I was saying that the likelihood of political persecution, he can use that argument, and it's not necessary to say that he may face that if he comes to Ghana. And the basis for this argument that he can make is founded on the tension or the differences between the OSP and the AG's office. And I think that there should be more cooperation between the two offices. And I think we can look at the recent development with regard to taking the OSP out of office, or even completely abolishing the office, and so on, as all part of the tension between the AG's office and the OSP. And I don't think it bodes well at all for our criminal justice system, especially in fighting corruption. So I think going forward, what needs to be done is for clear coordination and cooperation between the two offices. I don't know what should be the basis for any tension between the two. Probably because the OSP was appointed by a different regime, and there's a fear that there's some kind of bias against Ofori Atta. That could be one reason, but we don't have any material evidence to support that. And we also know that the OSP is trying hard to acquit the office of the responsibilities that has been assigned to it. So definitely cooperation is needed. Okay. There is that suspicion that the AG is trying to undermine the office of the special prosecutor, and that should also not be something that we should see flying around.
Are you concerned that Ofori Atta wants to wait to be brought to the country through this process?
I'm not sure Ofori Atta wants to be brought to Ghana through this process. And I have the suspicion that he may not want to come to Ghana at all to face trial. And so that is why at a point, it also makes me think if this whole process that we are going to go through, whether it is worth doing that. Of course, we have to try it. But I'm also thinking that we have to look at the diplomatic process as well. And whether we should also go back to the question of trial in absentia. So I've been asking these questions to myself, and I think that we need to make a decision at a point if we really want to continue with this process through the court system in the US, or look at the diplomatic channels, or even if you want to abandon the process and go through the trial in absentia, which of course the Constitution also allows us to go through.
As for the trial, it has started.
Sorry?
As for the trial, it has started, right?
Oh yeah, the one in the US, yes.
No, I'm talking about here in Ghana. The trial in absentia you are talking about. I'm saying as for that, it has started because there are charges already against Ofori Atta and his chef, the Cabernet, Ernest Daku Akori.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, yes.
Right.
Thank you for bringing my mind to that. Yeah, so in that sense, excuse me, what they are trying to do, Attorney General is trying to do is to bring him to give evidence and to for all the other processes to come into play. Yeah, but he can still be tried even if the extradition process does not go through, and which will be a full-scale trial in absentia, because there could be the partial one where it may be started without him, but at a point he can be brought in to continue that trial. But where it's completely impossible for him to come, the trial can still go ahead.
Okay. Yes, Kofi. It was on this platform that you said if you were his lawyer, you would tell him, don't come.
So, Samson.
And you took a lot of flack for that.
I took a lot of flack. And today I want to go back because I'm demanding my story. Yeah. See, I said, Ken is my senior brother. But on that day, I was the one saying he should be tried in absentia. And you and many others blasted me for a month and said, what do I mean by trial in absentia? Insisting that Ken come back. And I made the point.
Me, I didn't blast you. I just asked questions.
You, okay, fine. But later on, there was this whole discussion and blasting me because I said that if I was Ken's lawyer, in any case, any lawyer who was Ken's lawyer will not come. Now, a lot of the things I'm going to say have been said. I'm going to try and put it in a way, hopefully, to make it easy for people to understand, our viewers to understand. And I'm going to read this statement, and I'll show you. It's coming from the UN Convention Against Torture, Article 3. It's coming from the ICCPR, International Commercial, you can Google it, Article 6 and 7, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. They are there, Articles 5, 6, and 7. This is UN, African Charter, ECOWAS, and all those things. And I'm reading. It says, you find this in different forms in each of these ones. It says, an accused has a strong legal basis to refuse return to an antagonistic country. If an accused has a strong, if hostility translates into real risk of unfair trial or serious harm. Hostility can translate into real risk of unfair trial or serious harm. I'm not saying, it says if. And then this follows. It says, you can resist where there is political hostility to the accused, political hostility, politicians saying things against you. Prior persecution or harassment, things that constitute that. Lack of judicial independence, if there is a seeming lack of judicial independence, moving judges and all those things. Use of special tribunals or emergency courts. We are talking about tribunals today in Ghana. Evidence extracted by coercion. I can't say that is happening. Denial of legal counsel or open trial. No, that is happening. Now, my point is this. Over the year where Ken's issues have been debated, I sat here at the last time and said, we are talking too much. And instead of focusing on actually prosecuting the man, we are focusing on the drama around his extradition and the public blood test for Ken to be seen, to be paraded in this country, to be handcuffed and all those things. And that those things were not material. Which is why I said, if we want to do this job, let us go ahead, focus on his prosecution, which can happen in absentia. But at that time, when I was speaking, nobody was moving in that direction. And I released the information here that he had not even been charged. Ken was charged in November last month, after a year of talking, which gave all these grounds for Ken to resist. Let me make the first point. What the OSP did and what this government has done has given Ken a solid defense. And that is what I was talking about. That defense is why he cannot, or he will have a means to defend or to prevent himself from coming here. Let me make this point. Dr. Ayine is a top-notch lawyer and also a top-notch politician. Let me tell you what he was doing. He was managing expectation of the public by informing you that with the kind of things that have happened in the past year, which constitutes a defense for Ken, with the kind of lawyers, and of course he will have lawyers, and of course he won't have little boy lawyers, he will have serious lawyers. But Dr. Ayine is a top-notch lawyer. What he's telling you Ghanaians, he won't say it, I will say it, is that it will be a small miracle to extradite Ken Ofori Atta to Ghana because of what the government, especially the OSP, has done. They have given him a solid defense. In any case, in the space of 3 years, he was telling you he can go to the first instance court, do an appeal, and go to the US Supreme Court. In the space of 3 years, it will be a small miracle to bring Ken to Ghana. Let me add this one too. You are asking for the extradition of a man who you have badmouthed for a year and who you just charged last month, who is not a convict. When you have a sitting convict in Sedina and you have not brought him here, you've left that one and you are asking the US government to extradite somebody you have simply charged when you have the room to prosecute him in absentia and you haven't done it. He's trying to tell you, Dr. Ayine is trying to tell you that it will be a small miracle. Don't expect him to work that miracle. So see, when we come here and we talk like this, it is not because somebody wants to support somebody or whatever it is. It is because I see these things, and many times when I say things like this, people don't like it because of the way I say it, but this is what happens. The last time I was saying the way we are going is what is going to lead to a situation where Ken Ofori Atta will not come. Not because he's guilty. Ken has not been tried and proven guilty. And I'm telling you, do you know the number of charges against him? 78 or so. Are you aware?
78 is for all the accused.
All the accused. Any prosecutor.
I think there are about 20 or so against.
Any prosecutor involved in a serious case who puts up 78 charges is not serious. It's not serious. Because you and I know how long it takes to prove them, to try each of them. There are 2 or 3 that are going to catch the person.
Right, doesn't it matter the number of people involved?
It matters the number of people, but I'm saying that, look, the focus, who have we been talking about? Ken and his colleague.
When we had in excess of 78 charges against accused persons in the court, did you say the Attorney General was not serious?
You can have 1,000, but I'm saying 2, 3, or 4, not more than 10. Are going to nip the guy.
It's a general statement you have made that any prosecutor who prefers as many charges as 78 is not a serious one. And I'm saying we are living in a republic where this is actually not the highest number of charges.
But that's not the point.
An attorney general
here's my point. Here is my point, not what you're saying. My point is, in a matter like this, where you have a very laser focus on one person, and then you dump all these other people in, you don't focus, and you bring 70 plus charges against the person, all right?
You are not
serious. Because if you are serious, you will know that these plenty things, only less than 10 are going to hook him and then send him where you want to. Let me finish. Let
me ask you this.
It is important for me because you see, these are the things we do and then we will lose the case. Look, I'm telling you, read through the charges against Ken. He will walk with most of them. And he will use that to stretch this case. People have stretched their cases in this country for 8 years.
I was going to ask you a technical question. You say laser focus and deal with a couple of, charges. There are 9 people involved, right? Mm-hmm. And you know that the charges are not like stand-alone. They are interconnected. Mm-hmm. Somebody has done this and brought this person in. Somebody has done this, so they are interwoven. So how can you just single out Ken Ofori Atta? Because you won't have a predicate offense.
Every prosecutor has a wide discretion, you and I know, on who he attaches for prosecution. That's 1. 2, what charges they bring against that person. Some of them even flip people within that circle.
The case is SML.
My brother, see, I know you're trying to moderate, but you're actually tackling me. So my point is
no, I gave you enough time to speak before I ask questions.
No, well, I made this point, and we are going back and forth on it. Yeah. And my point is that, I repeat, any prosecutor who is faced with this kind of high-profile case, where there is a primary focus on one person, who, if all the people go free and Ken Ofori Atta alone is convicted, the people of Ghana will be happy.
So is it your judgment that the prosecutor's focus should be Ken Ofori Atta rather than all the other parties that have been
My
charged?
judgment is that given the way this case has gone, the persons who are prosecuting this case have made a series of bad decisions which will inure to Ken's benefit. And one of those bad decisions include how they've managed this process and also the fact that you are dealing with 78 or so.
You haven't answered my question.
I'm making my point.
There are a number of people, including companies.
Yes.
Is it your suggestion that he should be singled out and those ones, how? I don't know.
My suggestion is that all the people who are culpable should be part of the prosecution, but the prosecutor has wide discretion to decide who he will prosecute and who he will not prosecute. So he doesn't necessarily have to prosecute all of them. He can prosecute some now. Crime does not have a statute of limitations. So where you have a focus and for the whole year, it's only one person you are dealing with. Why don't you focus on that, deal with that, and deal with the rest later?
You think sincerely?
I think the strategy will lead to Ken walking free.
Okay, so you think sincerely that in a case where a company is accused of these quote-unquote corruption-related offenses, and a number of individuals are the ones who are alleged to be the ones who played the various roles, one person should be picked out.
No, that's all I said. What I said is the prosecutor has wide discretion on who he can prosecute. Why don't prosecute 2 or 3 people for now? Why don't you have a total of 10 charges against them which can stick and then later deal with the rest? And I'm making the point and I repeat, the way this case has gone on is what will make an Ofori Atta.
Will you not have been the same person who would charge them of incompetence, that there are more than 2 or 3 people who should be charged, and they are charging only 1 or 2?
No, I don't do only law. I teach strategy. Law is a tool for strategy. The strategy should have been clear that you are going to focus your resources on 1 or 2 persons for now. Crime doesn't have a statute of limitations. And then deal with the others later, because you have a major issue. And now you've spread yourself so thin, 70-something, you spent a year bad-mouthing the guy, and now you have all kinds of situations which have constituted a defense to Ken. That's bad strategy on the
Of the 78 charges, which one of them do you think should have just...
I won't go into the details of that now, but I can say this with all the force I can muster, that it is not good strategy under a circumstance like this to go with all these when only a few.
You've made categorical, emphatic statements that Ken will walk.
No, I didn't say he will walk. I say the way this is being conducted is what is going to...
What that tells me is that you have surgically examined the charges. That's why I'm trying to narrow down so we help our viewers. Which charge, for example, do you think is useless? Which charge do you think it's so bad that it will lead Ken, potentially to walk?
I am not going to go into the details of which charge will make him walk or not. I can say emphatically that anybody who brings a total of 78 or so charges in a matter that should be focused is not applying the right strategy. Anybody who has conducted a case that's this high profile over the year and only charged Ken last November, okay, and that's things, says things, does actions. And when, this is why Pebu is upset, okay? When Pebu found out that indeed, even when it came to the conduct of the, what do they call, the investigations, the OSP was lying. Oh, we didn't get the necessary help to keep him, they didn't try anyway. They've conducted themselves so badly, people was totally upset, and that is why he's written this. So I'm saying this thing has been botched. Look, people of Ghana, when the ultimate happens, don't get upset because you think Ken is this, Ken is that, or Ken hasn't done this or that. Sometimes it's the way the prosecutor or the prosecution handles the matter which makes it fail. And like I said, I sat here some time back and said, why haven't they started that trial in absentia long ago? They are not starting. So I'm saying it's not going well. And if this doesn't work, people should understand that sometimes...
This is not trial in absentia.
No. They are not starting the trial in absentia.
It's not trial in absentia.
What is it? I thought you said...
No, this is not trial in absentia.
No, what is it?
So hold on. I was going to ask a question, but I don't want to lose my focus.
Okay.
So the GRA bosses, which one of them is not top and important in the case? The man behind the SML, which one of them is not important? So you feel that it would have been better to let them and deal with Ken?
There is a saying that if you chase 2 rabbits, you will catch none. I'm not saying this or that is not important. You see, in the US, they have what they call RICO laws. Okay, that's another matter. In trying to catch the mafia bosses, etc., they have plenty of them around. But they know that sometimes when you pull one rope, it unravels the rest. When you have one conviction, it will help the rest. So what they do is they focus on one person, flip other people to deal with that person. It's strategy. I am saying all of them are important. But take this. The strategy by which this case has been prosecuted is going to lead to a defeat. Or at least is going to make the case difficult. That is what Dr. Aino was
clairvoyance.
Well, Dr. Aino was trying to tell you that this thing is not going to be easy.
Okay, but
and it's the strategy.
My question, which I asked, I think I asked the 2 gentlemen first. I want to ask you too. Why Ken, the Ken Ofori Atta I know, has been a global citizen even before he became minister.
Correct.
He has a name to protect.
Correct.
Why does he want it to go through this process when actually, is it he or his wife promised us that, is it in July, he will come and submit himself after he has done some surgery of sorts. Why does he not want to come to Ghana?
Let me put it this way. Anybody who is in Ken's position is likely to do what Ken has done. Why?
Really?
Oh, yeah. Samson, if you felt that you will not get a fair trial, if you had done something where you believe you have a defense, but for a year you have been demonized, tried in the public, to the extent that a whole nation is basically baying for your blood. If you, knowing that you want your day in court, submitted yourself, even though you're supposed to video conferencing, you said your lawyers will be around, and everybody said, no, just bring yourself. If you have been pushed through the process that Ken has been pushed through, you will not be confident that you will get a fair trial. And that is why I read what I read from the beginning, that if all these utterances, if the conduct of the prosecutorial officials and all those other things together send a signal that it is more than just the case, okay, that constitutes a defense to you. You can hold it. So I'm telling you that's why I said what I said, that anybody who is Ken's lawyer will say, look, this environment is not good for you. I said then, and I want to repeat, because when people say I'm defending Ken, I want them to understand. I said, try him in absentia. And they went out and did what they did. Okay. So see, Ken, like you said, is a global citizen. Of course, look, I don't want to go into all those other things, but we are also not happy with what has happened. But the thing that we want, those of us who know Ken, is a fair trial of this man. So that it will be clear, I'm coming. So that it will be clear that he did it or he didn't do it. And I think, let me finish.
I've said a bit on you. So
that he himself will also have the confidence that he has been tried and found
you are talking about
innocent.
There is no assurance of fair trial. You don't believe in our judiciary.
I don't believe in our judiciary when we've had 1 year of chasing after the wrong thing, bringing him bodily here, when that was not material.
Why? You're not the prosecutor. Let the prosecutor make the decision.
We are seeing the...
How does that translate to unfair trial?
I'm saying I read you something which is present in so many chapters, that where there are utterances, actions, and where there are things surrounding a particular matter that look like it will not lead to a fair trial, then you have a defense.
Like one comment from the prosecutor that suggests that there will not be a fair trial. One comment.
I'm not going to go into those issues. I'm saying that anybody in this country today knows that...
Submit yourself. I will not. I am going for a medical treatment.
Submit yourself, and he says that I am in hospital, video, I can speak to you by
video. I say, I'm not interested in video. Is that demonizing you?
No,
is that making it...
That's not what happened. Now, this is what happened.
Making it unfair for you?
This is what happened. It says, submit yourself for investigation. He is not under any compulsion to submit himself. But he says, I'm prepared to do interview by video. I don't want interview by video. They do a press conference. You are not, different from anybody else. We are going to bring you here. They do an Interpol red notice, this and that. Then they proceed to say, when they were trying to keep him from going out, the security services did not allow them to, stop him at the airport. It turns out to be a lie. For a year.
No, we cannot say that's a lie.
Well, if it's not a lie, fine. I'm talking about...
No, you are keeping to Kwebu's version of that.
Well, yes.
Which we have interrogated.
Okay.
So I'm moving on to my other guess.
Very well.
The interrogation is that it is only fair to them when they say around the time there was opposition from the regime, it wasn't good for them at the time. They didn't get cooperation. Please, let me finish. They didn't get cooperation. So it was even pointless to attempt to stop him, especially at the time when he had gotten clearance from the highest office, the presidency. They didn't say that they went to BNI or NIB and NIB said, we won't help you. They didn't say we went to this other place and they said, we won't help you. They say that Martin has turned that differently, going to ask questions that they have not said. So to say that they lied is unfair.
I would draw that. So according to Kwebu, it was not exactly as they made us believe.
Okay, thank you.
Period.
Yes, the Honorableness of Seni. So the one question I keep asking, if you were Ken Ofori Atta, will you feel that Ghana is not safe to come to stand trial?
How will I feel that?
Because like Bento said, you've been bad-mouthed.
Well, Ken Ofori Atta was in the United States of America. He relocated to Ghana. He established a company here. He worked in the private sector for a very long time. He used the court system to, vindicate his rights or defend himself when actions were brought against him. he was given an opportunity to serve this country in the highest position, and he served. At a point, his people, his members of parliament of his party rose against him. He was defended by the president. He kept in office for a very long time. He's completed his term as a minister at the presidency. Now he's been asked to just come and assist in an investigation into a matter that is of serious national concern to all of us. How can that be witch hunting? Tell me how.
He said, give me video interview. You didn't do that. You ran to label me as a fugitive. Bentel is looking at international, conventions and all of AU level and saying all of this is constituting to a defense for him, and he will use it, and you may not get him extradited.
Well, actually, listening to Bentel, I was torn between understanding him and where he's coming from, and the attacks on the office of the special prosecutor. He moved in and out his presentation by combining an attack on the special prosecutor and the defense of Ofori Atta. And that kept me wondering what he was actually saying. Is he on this platform to defend Ofori Atta or to attack the OSP? Because you see, and you talk about strategy, and every lawyer knows that when you are going to court, you define a strategy for yourself. Every lawyer. And the man was teaching criminal law at the Faculty of Law. And so he knows that you have to go by strategy. And you cannot say with that, engaging him or following the matter in court, whether he's not employing strategy. And it will be foolhardy to conclude here that he has no strategy. I mean, it is simply an over-exaggeration of your understanding of the strategy. Simply. So let's come.
But he has identified certain things. He's telling me 78 charges. I mean,
well, when I don't know who taught you at the School of Law, but my judge, the Court of Appeal judge, taught me criminal law at the School of Law. And he told me.
Sambadu taught me.
Good. He told me. I didn't tell you that when you are reading the facts, you must identify all possible criminal offenses.
You can do that in one charge.
Oh, and separate them.
You can do that in one charge.
I'm sure you got an A.
Not one charge.
Not one charge.
Not one charge.
You give not one charge. Not one charge.
Do that.
You don't do that. You don't do that in criminal. And then you bring the facts of the case to support that charge. List the number of charges. If you decide that you rank the charges, it's a different matter. But you must identify all the offenses created in the set of facts given you. That's our strength.
Okay.
Now, so, Mr. Bentel, I know we are all doing this because of our love for Ghana. And we are trying to set a standard for public behavior. That to whom much is given, much is expected. We also want to see how to reduce impunity and irresponsibility in this country. No one is arguing here that Ofori Atta has committed no offense. Because the Constitution protects and guarantees.
You remember last week I cautioned everybody on the panel that let's not treat Ofori Atta as if he's guilty.
Guilty.
And that if I were him, I'd rather want to come and defend and because I believe I'm not guilty.
The constitutional presumption of innocence.
Right.
Anita, you mentioned me.
Yes, I'm coming. I'll give you the opportunity. So, you see, for one, I've served in government at the cabinet level, senior cabinet minister. And I remember John Dramani Mahama telling us when we lost him to the system that no minister of state should travel out of the country. That we must all be ready and available to submit ourselves to the dictates of accountability. In fact, John Dramani Mahama actually told us in the cabinet meeting when we were occupying houses, that we needed to vacate those houses in 30 days. It was me who reminded cabinet that the law gives you up to 3 months to vacate. He said 30 days to leave the houses. Now, so you have given an opportunity to somebody to serve. And then he leaves this country. And anytime I say that probably this argument we're having should have been extended to Victor Solomon. May his soul rest in peace. He was outside the country in the United States of America. He had a pacer. You know he had a pacer?
Yeah.
And everybody knew he had a pacer.
You mentioned me, so let me just deal with
it. Please. You come back. I'll give you the opportunity. I'll just say some small things and give you the opportunity. And then when Kufuor won the elections and they were looking for him as deputy minister to come and account for his stewardship, he flew from America back to Ghana. In fact, here you are saying that he was declared a thief. He was declared a thief even before the case went to court. You know, at the airport, they said when they arrested him, they found $2 million. Have you forgotten? But he came. He subjected himself to the process. He was convicted and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. He died in jail. He died in prison. Why should Ken be different?
You see, you mentioned me, so let me take my 10 seconds.
Kofi, hold on.
Why should, you see,
I beg you, hold on.
I had thought, to be honest with you, I had thought that Ken will exercise his power, his right to voluntarily return to this country, especially given the circumstances under which he left. He had written to the Chief of Staff on humanitarian grounds that he was going to attend to himself and copied the incoming Chief of Staff. He was given permission to go to attend to himself. Now everybody is believing, including the Office of the Special Prosecutor, that he was running away. Now that's what everybody, I believe that. Because the legal system.
The special prosecutor gave that impression. Bentel is telling you all of that was poisoning the air against him, that he's running away. When in fact, at the time, all we knew was that he was seeking medical help. How could the special prosecutor
be poisoning when he had given the special prosecutor, when the special prosecutor issued the first notice, and I followed it, you followed it. And he said, well, I will come. He wrote a letter, said, I will come, and gave a specific date. The minority leader stood up in Parliament and confirmed the date that he will come. Everybody thought, yes, Ken will come. What changed?
The press conference.
What press conference? And that was after the press conference.
Actually, at the time, the SP was accused of not being sympathetic.
Yes.
I remember Frank Davis saying, we all can fall sick any day. Why is he behaving that
way?
Right.
Mataramidu wrote a very long piece and said, look, Special Prosecutor was not behaving humanly. And how can you exploit the medical condition of a person? So everybody gave Ken the benefit of the doubt. Everybody.
Like 10 seconds.
Now today, you know what is going to happen? And CDD is here. You might have to come out with governance reforms. Because if this thing fails, if public officers know that they can run away from accountability, and if there is collaboration with established authority in assisting and aiding public officers to run away from accountability, I shudder to think.
The point that was made is that if they are not available, grant them video interview. What was wrong with that? If the person is not available, say, grant me a video interview and then proceed to charge them.
So you are looking at institutions not creating a new norm. It's not a new norm. You're looking at, you see, if you are in an office given a mandate to perform a task, you want to be as evenly fair to all people as possible. You don't want to create different standards for different people. You don't want it. In fact, that is why the Constitution in Article 19 or so, Article 19 or 17 or so, frowns against discrimination. You're given discriminatory
17.
treatment. 17 on based on status.
Okay.
He mentioned me.
Hold on. I beg you.
Because of how you went about it.
Kofi.
Oh, okay.
My production tells me we spend too much time just on you. So
no, but when he gives the impression that I want something,
so let's hear.
You need to give him the 5 seconds at least to explain. I also want Ken Ofori Atta to come.
I don't think there's a point you have not traversed.
Well, go ahead.
My first point. First of all, I think we are being quite unfair when we blame the OSP for what we call a vilification of Ken Ofori Atta. I mean, if you're talking about poison the air, I mean, just remember what we went through in almost the latter part of 2024 when he was the center of government failure. Even 100 MPs wanted him out, and so he being a figure that everybody in the post-election period want to be held accountable. That expectation has been there. Now let's talk about the OSP. And I've gone through, we all went through the processes around the medical grounds and the issues. And for me, I saw a lot of inconsistencies about when this surgery was supposed to happen, when it didn't happen. Even after the last sort of the red notice and all of those things, one would have thought that there was still an opportunity if Mr. Ken Ofori Atta wanted to present himself, that he could do that. Because I thought that some issue was creeping, a certain attitude was creeping, that when it came to law enforcement, people were making choices. I'll give this excuse, I'm not available, this and that. I am not an investigator. I don't run a law enforcement agency, but I would think that you would want to ensure a certain respect for the office, because these are crimes. These are not matters that you can easily, you want to interview somebody, you want to check the body
demeanor,
the person's, So if the person is offering you video and then you have looked at their actions before, even in terms of the medical report, you will just write in a letter. I mean, this is, if you are talking about serious medical report, like, why do you take that approach? So I think that when we do that, we are putting so much blame on as if that is the problem. The question I'm asking myself is, as all of you have mentioned, Mr. Ofori Atta is not, as I said, you say he's global city, he has business interests and so on and so forth. Why would he, even if the trial go by absentia, that is not something that you want your reputation to be tarnished. So far, I haven't seen any processes, because I don't know the red notice challenges, whether they were the processes were made public in terms of what was submitted. But there has not been any statement that says, I fear political persecution, that's why I'm not coming. It sounds like that is going to be. We may find out when this challenge to the extradition may come. But the narrative from the beginning was that I have nothing to hide, I'm coming.
That's right.
It's just that I have this medical situation and so on. But as Kosi is saying, maybe that has changed. But we are yet to get, because it's also that.
So what do you know? Whilst you may be the wrong person to ask the question, perhaps to his lawyers, why is it that after all the deadlines have elapsed, is he still undergoing medical treatment? Why is it that at this point he's not making
that is the question, but that's why I'm saying that Kofi suggests that things have changed, maybe because of the actions he took on the red notice, the actions he may take on the extradition, but that he will be making a statement that he
the red notice and all those things, they become useless once he himself decides that.
Very much so. So that's why I'm saying that we are being unfair to the USP when he has doubts about the claims about dates of. It's not the claims about that he might be doing surgery or not, but it's when you do the surgery, when you recover, all of those things. So that I am skeptical that you actually have an intention to come back, and that he has acted in. Yes, I mean there have been excesses maybe in terms of pronouncement, but I wouldn't say that because of that the air has been poisoned around Ms. Ofori Atta, and that's why one might suggest that there's political persecution.
Okay.
What's his name? Wuntumi. Why would it? Wuntumi? Then what would Wuntumi do? Because the public's, statements about. Then he will say that he will go and seek asylum in the U.S. embassy because he would think that that's. So I think that we for me, I would wish that yes, he would avail himself and go through the process, because as I said, even the stain, beyond, because Ofori Atta has dedicated his life to this country for many, many years. So I don't know what the end game is, and really that is unfortunate. I think.
Right.
Yeah.
As I understand, our time is almost done. The last issue, I need you, Kofi, if we can start from that point so that we don't really litigate this. The last issue about the Asante mediation, we're going to do less than 2 minutes commentary to end it. The Asante has presented its report. The government accepts it. The Nairi rejects it. What's the way forward, Kofi?
I want Ken to come back to Ghana. I think he should come.
Yes.
But I also admit, as I have said before and as it's turning out now, that the strategy and the way this case has been prosecuted is what is going to make it impossible to convict him. On Asante and the Nairi, unfortunately, actually started with that and said, there are two factions. They both have a case, and they are both unyielding. It's gone on for decades. I don't think it can be solved because they don't want to compromise. You see, sometimes I always wonder why, but this is the kind of thing that 200 years ago would be settled with a war. But we can't have a war now. So my suggestion is, we can in this country under law, gazettes, I don't want to use the word abolish, but we can more or less, there's a term for it, suspend that traditional seat. You can't abolish.
You're going to repeat what you said about this matter the last time.
Oh,
that the state should take force.
Exactly, but me, I want to go into the law. I'm just a bit, But you see, we can de-gazette the stool or the stools. What I'm saying is the state should take charge of that space. Okay, suspend the chieftaincy thing. I think it's de-gazetting. Okay. For the longest time until the thing settles. Why? Because negotiation doesn't seem to be working. If the Asante can solve this, who will solve it? So I'm saying, look, the state should take charge. Not in terms of war, but suspend those tools, okay? Let the state take charge of that place. No chieftaincy, no nothing, until this thing settles.
Alfred, the Nairi's positions very categorical, and they say that you can't call this a mediation. As we know, by mediation, what should happen is that the facilitator, the person mediating, is only facilitating a consensual agreement.
A compromise.
And then in the end, there has to be a mediation agreement by both parties, which the ADR Act says is binding. But they are saying there was no mediation agreement, nothing of the sort. So if the Asante took time to say it is not an arbitration but a mediation, how then does he come and give what sounds like a verdict? Yes, Alfred.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park, we were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
From the heart of Ghana comes elegance that endures. Gold Ball Jewelry crafts world-class jewelry from the finest gold, diamonds, and precious minerals. Gold Ball Jewelry designed to celebrate your milestones, your style, your legacy. Gold Ball Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Visit our showroom or shop online.
Still, Misaka, and Nemum was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Carol.
Misaka order Sika. Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri ye echumaden, diaboye nyina ye sika hoban. Se MTN, ana momo jumaye ni befrewa, or the 0244 300,000 ene befrew. Ne numpo orin bitsaw one-time password, ana se upin code. Enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omo.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you are the thing? What the cat never won. You can catch it. Hey! Na ampai
between and pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
I Syntax pipe. Me tono, omo catch am say ne ho den pa. Say ye fie, say ye foam. The other pipe we bia eye ne gam.
Syntax pipe.
Why enliki?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
When you know pipe be na be use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
Ile kai water. No hala.
At Drive EVGH, we keep one goal in front of us: make electric mobility truly work for Ghana. Our lineup is built with intention. We offer electric vehicles that perform, endure, and fit real lifestyles. Whether it is a compact city EV, a practical everyday model, or a premium electric SUV with power and comfort, our range gives drivers clear options without the confusion. Every vehicle is thoroughly inspected and prepared to deliver value from day one. Our EV Service Center supports all electric vehicle brands with diagnostics, battery care, and general servicing. It is expert support designed to keep every driver moving. With XCharge EV, our expanding charging network at key locations across the country, making every journey predictable and reassuring. Drive EVGH, the standard for electric mobility.
You're welcome back. An Army General says that I agree with Kofi Bento. The state should take charge of Bawku and declare it a security zone. Appoint a neutral MCE for Bawku, and let's begin from there. That's from an Army General saying, time just ran out on us. For luxury and affordable hampers, call Hefsi's Gifts on 0555 940 222. Let me take that again. Hefsi's Gifts. Call them on 0555 94 0022. 0555 94 0022. They are on Instagram at Hefsi's. And as you see in front of me, they are the ones who usually do it this nice. And the show is brought to you by Bank of Africa Strongest Group, MTN, Ashesi University, Robert & Sons Optical Services, My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join. Syntex Tanks, Strong, Tough, Activa International, clients are Pashing, International Facilities Management Association, Safari Valley Eco Park, this holidays, that's where you should be. Bringing you closer to nature, Gold Ball Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Koa Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. Dr. Kojasante, maybe some 1 minute?
Yeah, two quick things. So first of all, we did a podcast of people living in Bawku, public health officers, and the hatred between the two factions, that even neutrals, people, if you are seen talking to this person, can even get you killed. It shows you that the depth of the problem, beyond even just disagreement, how we resolve this matter, we have to have some really deep cleansing, because no community can live together when they hate, that to the point that when they see you, they want to kill you. And the other point is that we are not resolving our conflicts, and we are not preventing conflicts. We are having now deployment of soldiers in so many different places. That, for me, is a crisis that requires a commission. We have to set up a commission to find out how we are going to deal with this, because it's not, our economy cannot support.
There's a 1 billion development fund for them for the next 3 years.
Yeah, but our economy cannot sustain this amount of.
Somebody who has been working there, Chris, says, I was of the view that Otumfuo had brought finality to the Bawku issues. He affirmed court decisions, which we all agree. If you know the lost, innocent lives have been lost there because of this. Okay, so he thinks some faction is not helping. Anyway, right. Unfortunately, this is about it. That time will allow me. But Kofi, just too many people appear to think that you have the bullet for this.
Oh, you see, look, with all respect to my brothers and sisters in Bawku, we think that it will be difficult, like Kojo is saying, for them to resolve this matter, which is why we think if the state imposes itself, it gives them also some respite. They should just kick back a bit. The tension is too much over there. So please, my brothers and sisters in Bawku, kick back a bit. Let the state take over and impose some sort of peace for a while, and then use the side tracks to discuss these things, because I really don't think this can be resolved, because nobody is prepared to give any compromise.
From what has happened, the Nairi statement says they are not going to cede an inch of their heritage, and that the things that have happened are all flawed and so on and so forth. They think it was one-sided and all sort of things. But when you listen to the Otumfuo, it does look like this was just close.
They were close
to resolving everything.
We all thought so. We all thought so, but it shows you the depth of the problem. It's not an easy problem, and deep, we assume that it can be solved with negotiation. Why I make these pronouncements is that long ago, as you know, I came to the conclusion this will not be solved with a negotiation. That is why the state exists. Impose the peace.
Actually, the first question I had posed it to Alfred. Alfred, in 1 minute. In 1 minute, have we come to the end of this, or it just been botched now from what we have heard from the Nairi? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I think he also presumed that from the way things were going, he wouldn't be able to speak again. So he's left his seat, as I understand. This has been Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. If you are looking for the best of kaftans, the place to go is Habil's Couture. You can get them on 0200 84 1988. 0200 84 1988. You can also look for them on Instagram or all social media handles. I'm Samson Ladi Anyenini. Thank you very much. My guests have been Inusa Fuseni, Kojo Pumpunia Sante, Kofi Bentel, the Rebel, I always say, Alfred Chia Yebwa, and Professor Apia Chia. Have a good afternoon.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough? Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
My name is Portia Domba. I come from Dabo in the Upper West region, but I work in the Savannah region under Solatuna Kaba district. I'm a teacher by profession and also the head teacher at Domangui DA Primary School. I am a social entrepreneur. I work with rural women in shea butter processing, and then this idea came up after I realized most of the women in my community do not make ends meet and therefore ends up cutting the tree. In order to expand the impact, I founded Podukwe Touch Life, which is an NGO where the profit we get from the social enterprise, which is the sales of the shea butter, goes in doing community activities, supporting students, helping girls with sanitary pad, and also organizing skills training for young people just so they can have something to do and not loiter in the community. I was there, I think, early January. A executive supervisor from my district called and said, Portia, I've seen Joy News doing an advert, and then with their Impact Makers Award, you qualify because you are doing a lot, and I've seen people being celebrated, so I know that you qualify. I want to nominate you. And I was like, okay, no problem, because that was the first time I was hearing about the Joy News Impact Makers Award. So he nominated me, and then I think few weeks to the deadline, my husband also nominated me for that same award. Ending of February, I got a call that I've been moved to the next stage, and then here we are today. I'm so grateful because it makes me feel like the little that I do in my community as a way of supporting, it's like it's being seen and being appreciated. I'm not doing this to be appreciated, but then it makes me feel like even the little that we are doing, others are seeing, and it's inspiring people. So I'm really, really grateful. And I think it got to a point where I didn't like this awarding thing because there are times people will say you have to pay money to be awarded. And I don't see the need of it, but this Joy News Impact Makers Award, following and reading about it is something different. It gives the award to people who genuinely need it. So I'm really, really grateful, and I appreciate this award. And I know that when others also hear my story, it will inspire them to even do more in their community, knowing that the little they do counts and others see and appreciate, even if they don't come to tell them.
Hello and welcome to The Sages. On this show, the brightest of our people who have lived life with experience spanning different sectors and competencies that we cannot let go waste are the ones we engage. Today, my guest in a couple of months from now, we'll be 85 years on this earth. Let's not kid ourselves. 4 decades ago, he was a vice chancellor at the University of Ghana. Prior to that and after that, he has done so much, sometimes you forget he still exists on this earth. Professor Akila Pasoya, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
I hope you are doing well today.
Very well, thank you. Thank you very much.
You know, there is something that somebody wrote some time ago, that you're almost always the same since they saw you 4 or 5 decades ago. And there isn't much change, even physically, when it comes to you. What's the secret?
Well, I can assure you that despite the appearance, there have been many changes.
Oh, I see.
But I'm not going to disclose them now.
Interested.
No, I'm in pretty good shape, thanks goodness. And I hope to continue as long as I can this way.
So what do you do different from other people that keeps you looking good even in at this age?
Well, I don't think I do anything particularly interesting. I do walk around quite a bit, and I used to play tennis. Well, play on the tennis courts.
Okay.
Yes, and generally keep reasonably active physically, but nothing dramatic, you know.
I say. Now, let me take you back to your childhood and what you can recall from that period. You went to Achimota School.
I did.
You don't look like a very stubborn child growing up, but I've heard tales that you've done things that people rarely suspected you were the one that did them anyway. How was growing up like for you?
Well, I had a very, I guess, usual childhood. My father was a lawyer, a big lawyer in those days, and a politician. But he died when I was 9 years old, so I missed most of his life, obviously. My mother, who brought us up, there were 4 of us with my father, and then she married again, had 2 more children, so there were 5 of us at the end. And she was a single mother bringing up children. That wasn't easy. But she managed to keep us going, including Achimota School and so on for me. For my sisters, Wesley Girls High School, so it wasn't that bad. So we had a reasonably normal growing up period.
Okay. You didn't grow up from a middle class, or which other classes that they use in these contemporary times?
I suppose you would call it upper middle class.
Upper middle class.
Because my father was a lawyer, which in those days was quite rare.
Prestigious profession.
He even had his laundry done sometimes in England.
Oh, I see.
Those funny things they used to wear, wigs and gowns and collars and so on. He had his, it done for him. They did. He was not the only one. It was laundered in London and brought back to them every now and then. That shows you the level they were at.
Yeah, so laundry is done in London and brought back to the Republic of Ghana for them to wear.
Absolutely.
Well, that's top class aristocratic.
With the blazing sun, and they're wearing wigs and gowns and so on. But that's the way they wear.
Well, that's interesting. Now, I want you to single out, and it's mostly difficult for people to do, that memory that when you sit back, you recall with nostalgia. That single childhood memory that when you sit back and recall, it still gives you a little something to laugh about.
Well, I don't know about laugh. The one thing I can mention of that sort was my father, who, as I said, was a politician, but a very middle-class politician. He wore ties and so on. And there was one occasion when he came back from a rally of some sort, and he was so depressed. He had to be helped into the house physically, as if he couldn't walk. I've never seen my father so broken. It turns out that they'd been to a rally, and some young people, I won't mention names, who became big people later, had rioted around the lecture that he and the big old men were giving, overturned chairs, and behaved so roughly that for that generation it was complete shock. And I can't forget the depression that he went through from that experience.
Oh, I see.
Before before Nkrumah, CPP,
okay,
all of that, and the way they did the politics. My father said it was much more polite, more discussion, more debate, and that shock of seeing him so depressed never left my mind.
Oh, wow. Now, well, did it impact your decisions in any way?
No. No.
It didn't compel you to not be outwardly partisan or seeking, among other things, to be heavily engaged in partisan politics?
No, completely forgotten in that sense.
Okay.
Just the image. But in terms of my life, other factors played a more relevant role, you know. Yeah.
Were you always going to be an academic?
No. I cannot say that. And yet I can think of no other career that I had in mind as a child. What I had in mind as a child, if I remember rightly, was to be a lawyer like my father.
Okay.
In a very general sense. But the notion of going to teach in the university wasn't part of anybody's thinking at that time.
So the law appeared a natural cause for you?
Yes.
But not necessarily making it a teaching career out of it?
Absolutely not.
What changed?
Oh, a number of things. One, the key thing was when I actually did my law degree, I found that I thoroughly enjoyed the research part of it. So much that I wanted to do more research and keep on doing more research. I did my master's, did my field work in Ghana, and went back to London to complete the master's. And by that time, it was quite clear to me that my interest was in research. Not the law for practice, but keeping on studying and working at it.
That's interesting. Was it because you perhaps had at the back of your mind that law is supposed to be for development, and that question about what is the import of having to study law, whose influence should he be, and how should that impact society? Was it at the back of your mind?
No.
Have you formed those ideals and values at the time?
Interestingly, no.
Oh, really?
No. At that time, my politics was fairly general and soft. I didn't think in those terms at all. I became an academic, ultimately, because for my second degree, the master's, I got a Ghana government scholarship grant, small amount. And that obliged me to come back to Ghana, the University of Ghana.
Okay.
Now, where the scholarship grant required that I come back to Ghana and the University of Ghana. That was what conditioned my academic thinking initially. I didn't come to Ghana, as it turned out. I went to Tanzania.
Yeah. Why?
Well, after my master's degree, I informed Legon, University of Ghana, Legon, that I was ready, I'd done my master's, to come back. And I was expecting, therefore, an appointment letter, an arrangement, an interviews, nothing. Not a word.
Oh, really?
Meanwhile, my supervisor at the University of London had advised me to apply for positions elsewhere, which I did casually. The University of Dar es Salaam had an opening. They offered me a position. I accepted it. And as I was about to leave for Dar es Salaam, Legon comes through, interested in my coming to Legon. Too late. So I went to Dar es Salaam.
Were you not torn between loyalty to your state and what had come in earlier at the time you needed it?
Well, the problem was that by the time the Legon thing, wasn't even an offer, came through, I had actually accepted the appointment to Dar es Salaam.
Oh, okay.
And made arrangements to go.
No, okay.
So I had no choice.
It's exciting. The question then would mean, at what point did you decide that I have to come home? I have to come and put my intellectual strength in my country and contribute to the development of our own.
But you know, that's an interesting question because I have no answer to that.
Oh, you were not.
I didn't think
you didn't wake up one morning to say,
I got to go do my country. No. No. Much of these things happen not because people say, I want to do that.
Okay.
But other things happen and you do it.
Okay.
So looking back and see, that's what I was doing. But at the time, that wasn't my thinking.
I see.
I had gone to study law in England. Instead of coming back home, I had gone to Dar es Salaam.
Yeah.
4 years, 5 years, 6 years. I better go back home. So I didn't think politically at all.
Oh, I see.
But just a natural feeling of coming back home, which I did. At a very interesting period as well in Ghana's history, as you know.
Certainly. When you came back, how was Ghana like? I'm sure you have been monitoring from afar, but when you fell back into your own country, how was the country like?
Well, from the perspective of our conversation, it was a real shock, a real letdown. Because here I was coming from Tanzania, this progressive, intellectually active engagement between everybody, from the government to the university people to the party, political party. It was all involved in progressive ideas. I come to Ghana, University of Ghana, and there was a whole different political tone. We were on an IMF program and structural adjustment of a sort before structural adjustment in the 80s. And not only that, but the university campus, which in Dar es Salaam was part of the fresh thinking, new ideas, at Legon were the most conservative people leading the academic culture of the university. And there was no discussion at any level seriously of any progressive Pan-African ideas like I was used to in Dar es Salaam. So it was a complete shock.
In Nkrumah's Ghana?
It was post-Nkrumah.
Yes, but this is Nkrumah's Ghana.
Absolutely.
And
I was shocked.
You would have thought that should rather be the harbinger for all of the conversations that are relevant, even not only for Ghana, but for the entire continent.
That's the image one had. Complete letdown. But of course, that didn't stop me from doing what I had to do. And it wasn't something dramatic that I had to do, Sawyer doing. No. I always felt that everything I did professionally should advance what I believed in.
Okay.
Nothing else. So I began teaching law at the Faculty of Law. I was joined by Dr. Kwesi Botry, who would be to Dar es Salaam after I had left.
Okay.
And was coming from there. And together we developed a course on legal aspects of international trade and investment.
International trade and investment?
Investment, yes. It wasn't in the curriculum, we developed it from some Dar es Salaam material which we felt we had, yes. And taught that course at Legon jointly, Kwesi Botry and I. And in teaching that course, which we were developing as we taught it, because we were not.
Yeah, of course, there was no premise for precedence for it.
It didn't exist. We used real material because we were undergoing an IMF program as we spoke. So in discussing the Bretton Woods agreements and the effect. We're the reality here.
And you were on the field with the relevant situation at hand.
Absolutely. Drawing from the Daily Graphic and the Times and so on, material for the classroom.
I see.
And so it made our teaching very practical and very real. And our style of teaching was to engage the students to think for themselves and do things. Interestingly, that spirit caught on beyond our classroom, the one subject.
Yeah.
It attracted interested students from other departments and so on.
I see.
There were also some public lectures which were given by some of us who were more radical than most. In contrast to the establishment academics, the big ones, we took them on, challenged them physically, intellectually, at debates. Interestingly, by about the middle of the 70s, they've been silenced, the heavyweights.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Interesting.
I mean, but they were open to it.
Absolutely.
They were engaging.
Absolutely. They used to lead the discussions.
Yeah.
But this time, every time they gave a lecture, somebody was in the audience.
A young crop of intellectuals.
Including students, some from outside of campus.
Oh, I see.
Who raised a question from their own lectures and create problems for them. So by the late 70s, there was there's a change.
You call it the defeat of establishment intellectualism in Ghana's universities. Won't it be an interesting perspective on it?
It's worth studying for its own sake, because it happened to coincide with the national political movements.
Yeah, okay.
For one thing, Achampon did his coup d'etat against the bourgeois government.
Yeah.
I think 1972 or so.
Yeah.
Then by the middle 70s, he was looking to continue in power under what he called union government.
The union government.
The military and civilians in government, opposed by many people. And the students took it up.
The student groups then?
On campus, on the campuses, not just Legon.
Okay.
The result was that the political ferment, which was rising on the campuses because of the left-right debates, took on the battle off campus as well. And in those days, the National Union of Ghana student, NUGS, wasn't simply fighting for increased allowances and so on, but took political positions. And so the campus became a hotbed
for some of these activities.
Absolutely. Anti-Achampon campaigning.
But you were not a student, you were effectively a teacher.
I wasn't, you will never find me doing any of that. But our students took our ideas from the classrooms, public lectures, informing their own ideas.
Oh, and they moved with it.
Absolutely.
They formed how they thought government should be, how the state should run,
and
how we should be engaging even the IMF and the other relevant institutions.
And that is the important lesson which we tend to forget. What we could do as lecturers was to help them open their minds to different ways of doing things. But what they will do with it, you can't control it.
That's true.
It happened that at the time, it fitted very neatly into the anti-union government campaign.
Okay.
So the campus movement played a very important role indeed in the campaign against union government by Achampon. Well, that's another story.
No, I get the point, but it's then I'm sure the government would have been not so happy with some of you too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because certainly you are feeding the brains that's actually revolting or opposing perhaps its plans to put together this system. Of course, we all know that it was defeated along the line.
In the end.
But was there repercussions to some of you or academic freedom in general?
Interestingly, we were under very severe security checks
Oh, I see.
But no attack. There was one incident which I find so funny. One of our students, Techua Menu.
Yeah, Professor Techua Menu.
Right. Got a grant to go to Dar es Salaam to do a master's degree. And so I organized a party for her. And we stayed all night and so on. We noticed that there was a security car outside, parked there. We were having a party, we went home.
Yeah.
It turned out that the report to the security agency was that there was a secret meeting in my house that night. Can you imagine?
A secret meeting to foment more trouble.
Guess what? But despite all of that, nobody
came in
those days attacked any of us, despite our being politically, shall we say, unfriendly.
That's an interesting development too.
Difference.
I mean, there was respect for your. They may disagree with you, or they even tried to, intimidate one way or the other. But there wasn't real attacks on you.
No.
Was that respect for intellectual freedom?
Yes.
Was that respect for the sanctity of academic institutions and the right to free think around some of these matters?
Well, absolutely. Indeed, there's one famous incident which illustrates that point. General Champon, actually, something happened, and there was a dismissal of 2 senior medical doctors, professors in the medical school.
Okay.
And the junior doctors went on strike and forced a Champon for the first time to back down.
Oh, I see.
And in fact, that junior doctor strike was one of the steps that exposed the union government idea and Achampon's regime. Achampon said that, oh, what is this? He dismissed the Chief Justice, he dismissed the University Vice Chancellor, somebody else. No, University Vice Chancellor. The courts and the governor of the bank.
Yeah.
Nothing happened. But he dismissed 2 professors, and now this problem.
Now people are on strike.
That's the point you were making earlier.
Yeah.
There was a certain holding back from interfering in the university's work, despite the power of the military government under Champon. So we all survived.
Oh, so we all survived. But you eventually became Vice Chancellor.
Yes.
At an age that many thought was too young and too new and too surprising for many people.
Yes.
And this was in the 80s, 85 or so.
Right.
How did that happen? For someone who was previously seen as basically an indirect enemy of the state, because what you were doing was not in the interest of the state at the time. Then things roll over. Of course, there has been 79, there has been 81, and things have changed along the line.
Absolutely. Completely changed. But my appointment is a strange little story. I was in Papua New Guinea at the time, on leave from the University of Ghana, and I actually resigned after 2 years because you could go on leave for only 2 years. And I said beyond that, so I resigned. And I was looking to come back to Ghana, as usual, like in Dar es Salaam days. After 6 years, I'm coming home. I didn't come home then. Then I got information that I had been appointed by the PNDC as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana. I didn't know about it. I didn't apply for it.
Oh, that's how it was done then?
Absolutely. Oh. So,
and you could you refuse or not refuse?
Of course I could refuse.
Yeah, okay.
Not for the first time. But I wasn't going to refuse because at the time, there was in the country a very significant movement on all fronts.
Okay.
Under the PNDC regime, for and against.
Yeah.
But the point was that the government was then trying to do the kinds of things at the time, which we have been talking about earlier.
Yeah. Was it the early part of the PNDC or the later part?
No, early part.
The early part, okay.
Absolutely the early part. And so I was not unwilling to accept it, although I was surprised. So long story short, I came down, accepted the post, then discovered that there were strong elements on campus opposed to my appointment.
Really?
And they were hoping to have it reversed before I came. That's why I was asked to come quickly.
Oh, okay.
So before it got out of control.
Yes.
But that's another off the record story, you know.
Yeah.
But so I began life as a vice chancellor with a number of problems to deal with. First of all, the university had been closed down for a year or so in the early 80s. And the workers had occupied they stopped academic work and so on. I wasn't here then.
Okay.
But the outcome was that the university was in a bad physical state.
Okay. There wasn't a lot of maintenance because nobody was there.
Absolutely none. That's on the physical side. But also, because of the very difficult conditions of the time, many of the brightest people had left the campus.
Oh, okay.
And gone to work abroad. And those who were here were so busy earning a living. One of my famous colleagues is now a professor, a big fellow of the academy and so on, was driving a taxi after classes.
Oh, really?
He used his car to drive taxi to make ends meet.
An university lecturer?
University lecturer. Top class university lecturer. Became professor, emeritus professor, everything up to today. But that's how it was then. So the levels had dropped quite dramatically. So physically there was a drop. There was a drop in the standards as well. But interestingly, at the same time, when I came in 1985, from that point on, many of those who went abroad were looking to come back. So part of my concern was to facilitate
their return.
The return. And that helped. We also raised funds like crazy, begging every embassy in town, everybody, for help with our laboratories and equipment. It wasn't just me doing it, but it was the university. Over a period, we were able to overcome many of these things. There are many problems, you know.
What did opponents of your appointment eventually
that is very
come to and appreciate?
Very interesting. My posture was not to worry about who had opposed my appointment. I had been appointed. I had agreed to serve. I had a task to perform. I will go ahead and perform it with whoever can help. So I didn't bear a grudge against who were supposed to have been against my appointment.
Yeah.
As it happened, these were very capable people.
Oh, okay.
So I used them on all the committees.
Oh, I see.
Absolutely.
You didn't think that merely because they opposed you, they were opponents and they say they had to be sidelined anyway.
Absolutely. Because it wasn't me, it was the university.
But that's not how we do politics in our this was university politics.
Not just that, but in those days.
Yes.
I'm not sure about now.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is that I saw the university's task as putting its best people on the job at any time. One. And luckily for me, they also, over a period, came to accept that despite my reputation and so on, work was being done, and they were being given a chance to do what they want to do. So by bringing in all of them, depending upon their expertise and their seniority to work, we began to get beyond the initial problems and had a very good time with them throughout.
That's a serious lesson there. But after this break, we'll sure be getting into the other lies beyond the university work. We'll be exploring what really some of you may not know, but made Puff so popular that he's the man to put on your negotiating table. I would ask him where he learned those negotiation skills from and how basically all over the world he has done marvelous work with negotiating very difficult conditions and situations. With that, after this break. Welcome back. This is The Sages. My guest is the ever-distinguished Professor Akila Pasoya, and you choose what you want to describe him because he's a man of many parts. What I didn't say to you early on is that there's a history, and I read it somewhere, that he even joined a band, the dreadful, how do you call it? The dreadful, I've forgotten the full expression for it.
Grateful Dead.
Grateful Dead. But that's an interesting thing. I didn't know that. So which instrument were you are singing?
I should correct that immediately.
Yes.
I did not play with the Grateful Dead.
Oh, okay.
But I was at the University of California in Berkeley, and we had street ceremonies and events. And they were playing, before they became world famous,
okay,
they were playing on the street for all of us.
Oh, I see.
And I asked if I could join them and play the bongos.
Ah.
And they said, okay. By the time I was through with my first round, they were so enthused that for the rest of the afternoon, I played with them on the bongos.
Oh, I see.
I was never part of the band.
Oh, you did not officially join?
No.
But you actually played with the band. That's an interesting development. Many would have thought that some of your academics rarely have that kind of interesting side.
So I used to play in the band as well at the University of Durham. An African band.
Well, that doesn't sound much like you anyway, but
there you are.
Yes, that must be a very pretty useful and interesting. You were, however, having a conversation about the University of Ghana when you were Vice Chancellor.
Yes.
And unlike what we see in our politics and in our space most of the time, when people appear to have divergent views with not only the appointment, but people in office, they alienate them. They separate them and they only, as we call it, rule with just a section of society or whichever grouping they find themselves. You did not do that at the University of Ghana.
Well, no, I did not, because the University of Ghana isn't a place for one person to decide everything, by definition. Also, there were major problems, as I said earlier, we're dealing with.
Infrastructural problems,
infrastructural,
the
budget
staffing issue, yes.
Absolutely. So it wasn't time to start doing personal things and picking fights. You were busy making things work, and you use the most able people to do it. And so it wasn't simply a matter of not bury a grudge. I had no time to worry about that. There were enough problems. And luckily, those people as well, as I said earlier, were willing to overlook their unhappiness with an appointment for the university's interest.
So they came around soon?
Came around, and we went from that point on, no problem.
I've heard from others about your achievements, but if you had to single out the most important one during your time as Vice Chancellor, what would it be?
I will probably link it in a general sense with the being able to manage the relation between government and the university. Under the PNDC, remember.
Why was that important?
Critical. Because the university had elements in it which were awkward for the regime.
Okay.
Students, even lecturers, who were doing things that the military regime, remember, it was a military regime, didn't like. But that's one part of it. The other part of it was that life was very hard in those days, in the middle 80s. And students have been used to being dependent upon government support. In those days, it was a free education, free meals, free everything. So as the government became harder up, right, they were squeezing the university more and more.
Depriving the people what they previously used to enjoy.
Absolutely. So the students had all manner of complaints against government.
Oh, I see.
That's one. There were also workers' problems with government as well, overpay. The point I'm making
of service then.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is that part of the job of the Vice Chancellor is to protect the university and defend its right to autonomy against everybody, including government.
I see.
But not easy at the best of times. And against a military government which was used to doing things its own way. It was very tricky. And I think one of the things for which I am most grateful was that I was able, because I had contacts in government, as well as enemies in government, as well as friends, and had the students' confidence, I was able to help to manage the very rough times until for 1988 or so, when governments got so angry that they announced on radio that the university should be closed that day by 7 o'clock.
Really?
And police cars came up, led by an armored car with lights flashing. Pew, pew. That morning, we've been to the PNDC because of the problem with the students, explaining to government that sometimes students demonstrate on campus. We let them do it. They break for lunch and go home. So often it's best to not interfere with it.
So it will naturally come to its course.
They were not happy with it. So on our return to campus, we saw this situation. We had to move immediately because it was very clear that no matter how right you are, when students and police clash, there's a problem.
Yeah.
So we had to do whatever we could to prevent the clash. We would argue the case afterwards, we would challenge government afterwards, but for now, empty the campus. Can you imagine students who were, some of them were in town in Accra, had to come back and pack and so on.
Yeah, before they go.
With a very tolerant help of the commander of the unit that came on campus, I forget his name, the police commander. We told him, look, let's clear the campus. You stay out of it. So the police stayed in their trucks.
All through.
And we used all the lecturers and everybody to clear the campus. We were to do it by 7 o'clock. But I'm saying this because had we not been able to manage that problem,
it would have escalated into a serious crisis.
Rouse happens, police shoot somebody, and so on.
Other students from other campuses join in.
Absolutely.
Because the student has been killed. And it becomes
even now, they still join in anyway.
Yeah.
You know. Another example was when the government dismissed the SRC leadership.
Government dismissed?
From the castle.
Okay.
Now, of course, that was completely illegal and improper. But they dismissed them.
So still the military government, really?
The military government, all military.
Well,
no.
Yes.
All military. So we met government and explained to them. When I say we, I mean all three universities, Cape Coast, Kumasi, and Legon, vice chancellors, and our chairpersons went with us. In the end, long story short, we agreed with the government that the student leaders will live off campus. But we insisted that they were not dismissed. They are still students, they can attend lectures, and they can write their exams. I didn't like it too much, but in that we agreed in the end. So that's what I'm talking about. We could have said, no, you can't dismiss students, and then there'll be trouble.
Then there'll be another chaotic scene.
Or give in, and then they control the university. We didn't do that.
Okay.
We managed it. So they say government's face. Students are still dismissed. But the students did not suffer.
That requires a lot of tact. Because these are like almost two hostile tribes.
Absolutely.
that you have to be almost like a translator in between.
Difficult.
It certainly must have been difficult.
Difficult.
Now, over the years, of course, I mean, student activism itself is comatose, to describe it with a nicer word, actually. What has happened? Is it a reflection of what society has become, or there's fundamentally a problem with the human beings that came up later on, or your kind have stopped imparting the right kind of information or knowledge into the heads of these students?
I'm always very slow to diagnose problems like this because clearly there's a social basis for all of this. I don't know enough to know the specific factors, but I do know that the campus atmosphere, from what I can see from the distance, has changed dramatically in all kinds of respects, including the concerns of student bodies and so on compared to our time. I don't want to judge. I don't know enough. There are those who know. Let them decide. All I can say is that it's not like it used to be.
That's actually what people have a difficulty with. More recently, people have raised concerns that we know what's happening in Israel. We know what's happening on the continent. We know what's happening even in Ghana. We've been through a domestic debt exchange, went for an IMF program. These were areas that student leaders were actively involved with, not just their school fees, to be fair, not just what were their conditions on campuses and stuff like that. Have they become more inward looking, or more have they prioritized their immediate environmental issues over what they used to represent in times past? Do you understand too?
You should be telling me.
I think so.
Because I observed it.
I think that, yes.
And in wonderment. But I don't understand it. And I'm not going to pretend to understand it.
Wow.
I'm not current.
There's another related development though. The quality of education we are providing at the tertiary level. Of course, over the years people have complained. More recently, there's been a lot of complaint. In fact, on one side, employers have difficulties with the graduates that are coming out. They tend to compare them to those of yesteryear and get the conclusion that these ones appear, they use the term half-baked. and students on the other side have their own complaints about contact hours. They also have their own complaints about research materials, even in the Internet of World stages that we find ourselves today. You have talked about the difficulties with restructuring University of Ghana at the time. Why does it appear that the quality has gone down more recently?
As you can appreciate, I'm not very comfortable making these judgments. Mainly because there have been such dramatic changes in all parts of our life, including the campuses.
Okay.
That you should be very careful not to jump to conclusions too quick. For example, when I left the University of Ghana in 1992, the total population of the University of Ghana on campus, not the Accra College, on campus, was, if I remember rightly, between 4,000 and 5,000.
Oh yeah.
Total.
Oh, I see.
Total.
The entire University of Ghana, wherever you find yourself.
Total. There was pressure to increase the numbers, but we resisted it. We would only increase the numbers if we can expand the capacity to accommodate more students. If we couldn't, I wouldn't admit more students. That was the kind of thing we had. The notion then was to admit enough students given the carrying capacity of the university facilities, laboratories, and in those days, even the residences. Now I see the numbers have gone from 5,000, 6,000 to, I don't know, something.
Somewhere about 40,000.
And more.
Yeah.
without too much expansion, I don't think, of the facilities and the staff. Now, once you have that problem, it's different already.
Of course, it affects quality.
Absolutely. That isn't the whole story. I'm just saying that some things are obvious. And I see also outcomes from the university which make me wonder a little bit about quality. I won't say more than that.
That's an interesting development. Is it to do with just the student quality or the quality of research materials?
As I said, I'm not going to be making judgments
I
on
get
the basis
your point.
Just impressions.
Now, there's a related development, though, and there's a reference that was made to me some time ago that you did talk about the difficulties with having not only structural or infrastructural difficulties, but funding, with attracting the right human resources and all of that. You mentioned these ones. The point, though, is that people feel through some ingenuity, you got together a proper plan, which included Codestra. How did that work out?
Right. It wasn't me that got Codestra. It was Codestra whose presence showed up here.
Okay.
And that's an extremely important part of our history. Codestra is the Council for the Development of Social Research in Africa, Codestra, based in Dakar. It brings together social science researchers and scholars from all over the continent. And its critical role was that during the 1980s, in particular, when funding for research on our campuses all over the continent was very tight, where key lecturers were leaving their countries for greener pastures. Codestra provided a continental venue for bringing together social science scholars of all generations from all parts of the continent. One, and raising enough funding from outside to enable us to do research and conferences and keep academic life going. That had two main consequences for me at the time. One was it closed the gap.
Okay, yeah.
By providing some venue for scholars to keep on being scholars on the continent. But also, very significantly, it brought us together continentally. So I knew researchers from South Africa, from East Africa, from North Africa, from wherever, together. So Codestra's function was not only to provide funding and support for researchers going on, but to bring together scholars from the continent together.
Okay.
It was, for me, the most significant contribution of Codestra.
That's interesting. Do we have similar structures? Is Codestra, I mean, I've seen a building like that, named like that in Legon. I don't know if they are still that functional or this, so they're operative even today.
Right.
I frankly have no idea.
Neither
but for how long did they play such a role during your tenure and your time at Legon?
Before my time and after, throughout. When I was president for 19, whatever it was, I forget. I helped in getting the Ghana connection going.
Okay.
Because there are some very active Ghanaians in Codestra. And they earned the right to have the grants and the support for the institution. Because I need the whole Tichua Menu, and more recently, George Chikata, who became president. And so of Codestra. So there's a very strong Ghanaian history there.
With Codestra at the school. there are things you point out which are quite clear, which still becomes an issue. Funding tertiary education. It's an age-old problem. I'm not sure whether we have ever gotten grips of it. I mean, from the times where students virtually ate free and people demonstrated over chicken and all of the other things they have said in times past, through to the times where there was a demand on students and families or parents or whichever people to contribute to it, and the cost-sharing plans of the period, due to a time that students now feel that they are overburdened with fees and all of that, regardless of the fact that they're all still paying, especially in most of our public universities, for tuition. Will we ever have a sustainable plan for tertiary funding?
Well, I mean, that is a matter of policy and realism. I remember the time when Legon, like Cape Coast and Kumasi, had not only students feeding in halls, but being served with waiters in uniform and so on.
Oh, I see.
For free. That was a luxury of the old days. In my time, there was a reduction of that. And I recall during my tenure as vice president, where government withdrew funding for feeding altogether, as I remember. And I remember going around the campus with Professor Bennett, who was my pro-vice chancellor, and seeing students who would get their food and then go and sit under a tree, and I felt terrible. So we decided to use some of the funding that we had to provide 1 meal a day, I think, or lunch or something, at table, with knives and forks. So the students could at least sit down for a meal with their colleagues once a day. Government was very happy about it in government, but we kept it going because we felt that that provided part of the shaping up of the students going forward and out into the world. It didn't last very long.
It didn't last?
No. After my time, in fact, by the time I was leaving already, there was pressure to stop even that, and it stopped.
Because you were spending too much on it?
It cost too much in terms of, and I can understand the problem.
But that's just a meal a day.
I know, but meal and staff and so on, in place of a lab equipment, it was no easy choice. I don't blame government for making a choice. I'm saying that it was an expensive choice, and we were able to resist it for as long as we could. But I see the problem, of course. It's a big problem.
Will we ever get around it?
Likely not.
How? Why?
Where's the revenue coming from?
Funded by government.
What do you give up? No, government itself. What does government give up in order to provide that?
Okay, that's an interesting point. As in, what we must let go? What will be the exchange points here? What will be sacrificed for providing the kind of education? But it's not because this is an investment to the people, the future of the country.
Well, you make a judgment, which is constant. With limited resources, what do you spend the money on?
Okay, I get you.
I mean, I have my opinion, but that's an opinion, and I can recognize other opinions equally valid as opinions.
So what do you think?
I don't think. Honestly, it is too complicated for me to... I mean, take Legon, with 50,000 students now, who can't even find accommodation on campus, who are listening to lectures from outside the classroom already. What do you give up in order to feed them? What do you sacrifice in order to provide feeding?
My name is Eki Asapon, and I'm the Executive Director for Lifeline for Childhood Cancer Ghana. We are a patient organization and the fundraising foundation partner for the Pediatric Oncology Unit of Kolibu Teaching Hospital. We also support Konfonoji Teaching Hospital. Sometimes we also support Tamale Teaching Hospital as well. So we are a fundraising organization, like I said. We raise funds for the treatment and care of children with cancer in Ghana. Because it's really a public health issue, you know. Just even getting to understand that every year we expect, you know, maybe even up to 1,400 children are likely to get cancer before they turn 15 years. In Ghana only. Unfortunately, our survival is not that great, you know, so our survival is over 30%, just a little over 30%. So it means for every 10 children that are likely to get cancer, we will lose 7. So since 2018, I can say for a fact that
Good afternoon and welcome to Joy Newsroom. Coming up this hour, Imani Africa is making a strong case for the training of judges who will be dedicated to handling election petitions in Ghana. Now, also, government reaffirms commitment to achieving 30% renewable energy target by 2030 through the launch of 76 action points focused on mitigation and adaptation. Also coming up, former Deputy Minister for Justice Alfred Tuah calls for a review of extradition treaty between Ghana and the US. We'll tell you why. And later, we continue the countdown to the annual Joy FM Family Party in the Park, this time exploring why the event is famously dubbed children's favorite. These and more coming up this hour. Well, a lawyer and senior vice president of policy think tank Imani Africa, Kofi Bento, says prosecutors in the ongoing Ken Ofori Atta case have made what he describes as bad decisions that may end up benefiting the accused. Speaking on Newsfile a while ago, the legal practitioner questioned the seriousness of the prosecution after slapping 78 separate charges on this particular case. Now, according to him, such an approach exposes weaknesses in the case and increases the likelihood of the accused walking free.
Just say, my point is, in a matter like this, where you have a very laser focus on one person, and then you dump all these other people in, you don't focus, and you bring 70 plus charges against the person. All right?
You are not
serious. Because if you were serious, you will know that these plenty things, only less than 10 are going to hook him and then send him where you want to. So let me finish. Let me finish.
Let me ask you this.
It is important for me because you see, these are the things we do and then we will lose the case. Look, I'm telling you, read through the charges against Ken. He will walk with most of them. And he will use that to stretch this case. People have stretched their cases in this country for 8 years.
Former Minister for Land and Natural Resources, Inusa Fuseni, says assurances given by Ken Ofori Atta influenced public perception of the case. According to him, a letter submitted by Ken Ofori Atta to the office of the special prosecutor indicating his willingness to return to face prosecution, coupled with details of his medical condition, gave the public and state institutions assurances that he will cooperate with the ongoing process.
Why should Ken be different? You see, you mentioned me, so let me take my 10 seconds.
Okay, Kofi, hold on.
Why should, you see,
I beg you, hold on.
I had thought, to be honest with you, I had thought that Ken will exercise his power, his right to voluntarily return to this country, especially given the circumstances under which he left. He had written to the Chief of Staff on humanitarian grounds that he was going to attend to himself and copied the incoming Chief of Staff. He was given permission to go to attend to himself. Now everybody is believing, including the Office of the Special Prosecutor, that he was running away. Now that's what everybody, I believe that. Because the legal system...
The special prosecutor gave that impression. Bentel is telling you all of that was poisoning the air against him, that he's running away, when in fact at the time, all we knew was that he was seeking medical help.
Be poisoning when he had given the special prosecutor, when the special prosecutor issued the first notice, and I followed it, you followed it. And he said, well, I will come. He wrote a letter, said, I will come, and gave a specific date. The minority leader stood up in Parliament and confirmed the date that he will come. Everybody thought, yes, Ken will come. What changed?
Public engagement and partnerships at the Center for Democratic Development, Kofi Kojo Pumpuni Asante says he hopes Ken Ofori Atta will honor commitment and submit himself to legal processes.
This is, if you are talking about serious medical report, like why do you take that approach? So I think that when we do that, we are putting so much blame on as if that is the problem. The question I'm asking myself is, as all of you have mentioned, Mr. Ofori Atta is not, as I said, you say he's global, he has business interests and so on and so forth. Why would he, even if the trial go by absentia, that is not something that you want your reputation to be tarnished. So far, I haven't seen any processes, because I don't know the red notice challenges, whether they were the processes were made public in terms of what was submitted. But there has not been any statement that says, I fear political persecution, that's why I'm not coming. It sounds like that is going to be. We may find out when this challenge the extradition may come. But the narrative from the beginning was that I have nothing to hide, I'm coming.
That's right.
It's just that I have this medical situation and so on. But as Kosi is saying, maybe that has changed. But we are yet to get, because it's also that...
So what do you know? Whilst you may be the wrong person to ask the question, perhaps to his lawyers, why is it that after all the deadlines have elapsed, is he still undergoing medical treatment? Why is it that at this point he's not making
that is the question, but that's what I'm saying, that Kofi suggests that things have changed, maybe because of the actions he took on the red notice, the actions he may take on the extradition, but that he will be making a statement that he
the red notice and all those things, they become useless once he himself decides that.
Very much so. So that's what I'm saying, that we are being unfair to the USP when he has doubts about the claims about dates of. It's not the claims about that he might be doing surgery or not, but it's when you do the surgery, when you recover, all of those things. So that I am skeptical that you actually have an intention to come back, and that he has acted in. Yes, there have been excesses, maybe in terms of pronouncement, but I wouldn't say that because of that the air has been poisoned around Mr. Ofori Atta, and that's why one might suggest that there's political persecution.
Okay.
What's his name? Wontumi. Why would he? Wontumi? Then what would Wontumi say? Because the public's, statements about. Then he will say that he will go and seek asylum in the U.S. embassy because he would think that that's. So I think that we for me, I would wish that yes, he would avail himself and go through the process. Because as I said, even the stain, beyond, because Ofori Atta has dedicated his life to this country for many, many years. So I don't know what the end game is.
Issues and the Senior Vice President of Imani Africa, Kofi Bento, has called for the creation of judges who will have exclusive responsibility over election petition cases. Now, speaking on Newsfile, he urged an end to Supreme Court rulings on election petitions, emphasizing that dedicated petition judges would be a more effective approach.
Election petition courts. Why can't we pick 20 judges, make them election petition experts? When there's an election petition, they sit on it. You draw them from the normal court, they sit on it till it's done, and the process stops at appeal. We need to do this and avoid all these issues.
The former Land and Natural Resources Minister and former Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, Yunus Afuseni, referenced the Secretariat case in the Supreme Court related to the Kpandai election rerun, noting the factors that influenced the court's ruling.
About if something is before the Supreme Court.
Except that the lethargy of the courts delay the process. So let's get the things clear. There's clear law here. Let me answer your question before I come to the clear law. So the certiorari application in Parliament stands on two things.
Certiorari application in the Supreme Court
stands on two things. A supposed Gazette notification that was issued on the 24th, and another alleged Gazette notification that was issued on the 6th. Now, so you see, that right of the petitioner to go to court to challenge an election results or the validity of an election rests squarely on Gazette notification. It is what triggers...
Which was the matter?
It is what triggers the rights. And we know in law, where statutes confers a right on a person and provides the procedure, you not only have the right to take advantage of the provision, but you are also compelled to follow the procedure. That is actually what the rule of law is about.
Yes, no problem.
Okay.
Away from that, government has reaffirmed its commitment to achieving the 30% renewable energy target by 2030 through the launch of 76 action points focused on mitigation and adaptation. The Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability disclosed this at the German Embassy Joy News Climate Talks debriefing event in Accra. Joy News' Mama Vita Sefakote has more in this report.
This year, the German Embassy organized 7 dialogues in collaboration with Joy News to address Ghana's climate challenge. Subsequent to these, a debriefing event has been organized in Accra to address the outcomes of the dialogues. This is in alignment with Germany's commitment to proactive climate policy, emphasizing in local engagement, knowledge sharing, and collaboration to address climate challenges and promote sustainable development. Speaking at the event, the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Isifu Seidu, outlined government's bold interventions to ensure a sustainable climate change program by 2035.
The NDC prioritizes 3 non-negotiable areas: the climate adaptation, mitigation, and ensuring a just transition to renewable energy, including achieving 30% renewable energy by 2030. This process will culminate into the updated nationally determined contribution 3.0, featuring 76 action points, 60 focus on mitigation and 16 on adaptations. And you will see this when we finally launch that.
The Deputy Ambassador of the German Embassy, Savine Johnson, highlighted the benefits of adopting alternative clean cooking methods along Ghana's coastal belts.
I think it is often underestimated that cooking the traditional way and using firewood and charcoal has not only very tough effects on the climate, so it pollutes the air quite significantly, but also devastating health effects and even can be a cause of death. And to look into alternative solutions for cooking that are much cleaner would be very beneficial for the communities and also for the environment.
Government says implementation of the action point will be key to achieving the renewable energy targets within the proposed timelines. Mamavi Sefakwati's report. Read to you.
Now to other stories and social initiative and literacy and development program, Moses Dramani Luri has warned the country could be sitting on a time bomb if the rights of non-citizens, particularly Fulbis, are continually violated or infringed on. He asserted that Fulbis or persons who are of Fulani extractions living in the country have been denied access to certain rights, particularly the Ghana card or non-citizens card, though they have qualified for it. Speaking at a stakeholder engagement in Tumu, Moses Dramani stated that in order to maintain the relative peace enjoyed, there's a need to discuss the issue thoroughly and appropriate measures taken to address it. Joy News' Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafik Salam reports from Tumu.
The stakeholder engagement organized by the Social Initiative for Literacy and Development Program, SILDEP, in collaboration with North Code, under the CAPO project dubbed Bridging Borders, Fulby Integration and Cohesion for Resilient Communities, was attended by district chief executives and coordinating directors, assembly members, and opinion leaders in the Sisala East Municipality and the Sisala West District. Also in attendance were staff of the National Commission on Civic Education, Social Welfare Department, the Ghana Immigration Service, and some Fulbe chiefs from Kasana, Barama, Legme, and Pozane. Chief Executive Officer of SILDEP, Moses Dramani Luri, threw further light on the project.
This project therefore aims to build mutual trust between stakeholders, strengthen